and welcome to Paddling Pool 327. I am Pat here with Sasu, ready to watch our wonderful tournament. And we're going to start with un coup de pair plus coach, going against Ethereal Flutter.
Yes, I'm excited to be here, especially with Pat. I feel like it's been a while since we've both been on the mic together, and you all know it's definitely going to be Pat saying our first team's name for me 90% of the time. As y'all know, I took Spanish in high school, but I think looking at these seeds, both of these teams fairly close together. So I'm excited to see how this is going to shake out, especially since we're starting on Mega Mart playoffs. No, zones.
Zones.
I have no eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
Curious
Magmar
for sure to
for
see what
zones.
both of these teams will be running.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what both of these teams are running because obviously AoE really strong on a map mode like this, but with the rise of the use of the new weapons, I've been seeing more teams be a bit more experimental and go for things that just secure kills rather than get the AoE down, but not going to be here. You already see that Luna Blaster.
Ooh.
And a V-Slosh, so both of these teams super ready to just make it hard for anybody to stand on any of those ledges.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see Clara come with the heavy Splatling, really a very fun weapon, but we don't see often enough, I think. And right now, both teams fighting around the zone. It looks like coup de pair are able to take the first control, but here comes the comeback from Ethereal Flutter coming to take control of the stack and the map. Ooh.
Yeah, and you see that gal has just been alive the entire time. Oh no, that is the heavy edit. My apologies. Who just somehow, despite being the only person alive, managed to kind of hold it down while the rest of their team came in. And you see now they're finally able to take control of both of those stacks and move their way in. Two members of Ethereal Flutter down. So now it's just a case of sort of camping them in their own spawn. Wow, they are just all on an absolute killing spree. And, you know, happy to see that heavy, but maybe this is why people kind of struggle to pick it in competitive.
Yeah, and right now, Aku are very much in control of the map. Only 30 ticks left on the zone, and Ethereal are struggling to get out of their spawn X limit. Coming in with Oxy, getting one, but it's only a trade. 3 down will allow them to repaint the zone. Toadie is behind them, but Toadie is alone with that gal and will have to get back to the stack and wait for the rest of the team as the strikes are forcing them to get out. Ethereal Flutter, they took a beat down right there, but they're back and right now they're making good points.
Yeah, Toadie is just unkillable here. You see them just surviving that entire time. It seems as though Ethereal Flutter not able to really get that whole wipe on Uncoop because just there's always one person left, and despite 4 of them being up, they're not able to get them down. But right now, it's all about stabilizing. But not gonna happen with 3 members going down, still yet to get that full wipe. They're going for it now. Finally, Toadie does go down. Calf being able to get that pick and setting out those strikes to make sure that they can secure this zone going out here. But finally, I think it's time for Ethereal Flutter to see if they can get their points all the way down.
Yeah, and Ku are forced out right now. They did manage to apply penalty earlier, but right now Ethereal are back to scoring points and getting the good splats. It looks like a very nice comeback for Ethereal. Clara getting the short range splat is going to secure that stack and is forcing coup de pair to really get back on the attack. It's a bit too late. The lead is swapped, but coup de pair are still able to retake the zone and get back in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, that crab had to go out in a less than advantageous position just to
Mhm.
sort of cap over that zone, but it's not going to last all that long. Ethereal Flutter setting out their strikes to make sure that they're able to cap over the zone again. Right now,
Yeah.
it's in a bit of neutral, I think. It seems as though there's just a lot of fighting in Spawn to the point where Unpoop able to just kind of sneak in there and get that zone back, currently ticking it down their points. And quite frankly, the lead that they have not super huge. So as
Mhm.
long as they're able to keep this zone and paint over
Yeah.
everything, and before
Ooh.
they had a difficulty coming forward, but you see 3 members down on
Mhm.
Ethereal Flutter. There's just a bloodbath going on. You see that Unkoop
Yeah.
almost threw all of their points, and it's going to be looking like we're going to have a lead switch here.
Yeah, the lead is coming back to Anku, but the Ethereal Flutter are still in the game. 1 minute left and they retake the zone. It is not over, but it's a wipe out. Anku are taking back the zone and in that last minute right now. All they need to do is keep Ethereal from really getting too much control.
Yeah, and I think they've given themselves a lot of leeway. Of course, they have to get through these penalty points, but retake can be extremely harsh on a place like Mako. You see that cooler coming out, so all of their members are ready for this push, and ready indeed. We have what's the word? We
Yeah.
have both of them going down, but it's just not going to be enough time, and somehow eat through the penalty points and get that win, Pat.
Yeah, but that's going to be a KO in favor of Ankuchiper plus coach. That means one tap you lose, by the way, for the non-French speakers in chat.
Yeah, I needed that explained to me as well. And I think that maybe calling their shot with that name, they are, of
Mhm.
course, with their coach as well. So they've got the
Yep.
coach buff on their side too. But you see, they really proved themselves that just a lot of mechanical strength, I think, on the side of Group. And you saw them just like as many times as we saw people go out, there you have it on our replay, the wipeout, and I think the only one of the entire match on the side of. So really strong showing, but also very back and forth. You see now why both of these teams are very close in their seeds.
Yeah, very close indeed. We had a lot of back and forth in the end. And Coutuper were able to really get a bit more control. And once they had that control to deny one full push from Ethereal to simply secure victory right there. But I mean, I feel like the clock was the main driver of both teams right there, where both teams were struggling to really ascertain themselves, push the other team away. We have a lot of even playing field between these two teams. Going into Clan Blitz, it's going to be decided by coordination, Sasu.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing no switches if I'm not mistaken. So both of these teams gonna just go into it with the comps that they had before. Of course, at the start of clams, we're probably gonna see a lot of skirmishes, a lot of 2v1s as people try to get control of mid. Right now, you have X Limit just trying to make sure that they get that cooler out, done and done in 20 seconds. While I think the Luna Blaster does go down, flirting a little bit too much with that 2v1 there, and unfortunately, they're gonna pay for it dearly. Clara. I think no, it is not Clara. That is my apologies. Of course, also I just see Heavy and I see the Splatling and I'm like, oh, must be the same person. But already, Unku has a lot of clams in play here. Already have a power clam ready, but you see as well their Gal and their Splash have a lot of clams online. So if they're able to successfully make this push and go up that that ramp, it's going to be devastating for Ethereal Flutter.
Yeah, Anku, they are very much stacked with clams right now, but that also means they have a lot to lose. They're able to open the basket and jump out immediately. The rest of the team is there. They will extend their lead with Funny being able to put a lot of clams in. Gets punished before they can put more. Nice defense by Ethereal. They don't get too many points scored on them. But they need to mount a comeback. They need to get a lot of clams, and it looks like with 3 down, only the heavy-headed being splatted, being able to not get splatted. Right now, Ethereal will open the basket and are probably going to bring another Super Clam and get the lead very, very fast.
Yeah, almost not surprising here. One of the things about Scorch Clams is that due to just how big or rather small the map is, if you get wiped on your own push, the other team will be able to just get clams and immediately be at your basket and start scoring. So you see that's going to leave that there at 45, which is a solid first push, of course, making it past the 60-point mark. But you see right now, Sko just trying to stabilize with their team, making sure that they don't stagger so they don't just get pushed on, gets that cooler out, while Ethereal Flutter has like a chokehold on this mid here, making sure to get that blue down so that Unku just can't move forward.
Yeah, Anku were able to open faster, but right now it's Ethereal Flutter getting more clams, getting more presence, and getting the punish on Funny as well. It's pretty rough for Anku. Oh, as I say that, they flip the script, they go in, and they reopen the basket. They have a few more clams right behind the basket, but they need these clams to keep the basket open. Funny, jumping in with the pity clam is going to get the lead. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was splatted. That's going to be Ethereal Flutter getting a push for free off of that push, but at least Anku Super got the lead.
Yeah, but I don't know how, how much they've necessarily gotten done. You see already Ethereal Flutter is at their door ready to go in, but they just shut that door in their face. 3 of the members going down. That is going to be a delayed wipe. I think Clara going there down at the end, but luckily I think they were all coolered. They're all back and ready to try and stop this push, but not before one of them goes down to the Sip, and this Sip is just on a killing spree once again. 3 of the members going down, Clara being the only member left, and right now you have the Crab being the person with the power clam, putting that in, and now it is time for them to go back, get those clams, see what they can get in, but also stabilize and make sure not too many of them go down. And I think 3 of the members go down, actually, so it's just both of these teams finding themselves in the same exact situation, having to stabilize for their team while the other team gets ready to push.
It's so hard to push on this map without losing players, and right there we see both teams suffering for that. But right now, Anku Super are still able to get a bit more, are still able to maintain their lead, and with 30 seconds left, it's do or die for Ethereal right now. They're able to get a few splats, but X-Limit is forced out and gets splatted with the ball. 2 down on Ethereal Flutter. They are in danger and they don't have much time left. They need to win every fight from now on.
But I will give them, they have a lot of specials online. You see that Zuka coming out. I think it got 1 pick. They also have those strikes, which are perfect for pushing 2 members down on Unku Tupea. And like now with those coming out, I think that is the barrier open. So right now, if they're able to get those clams in, power clam. So it's just going to be, if they're able to throw that, no, they go down to the wipe. So you see a little bit of celebration there from Toady, and that is going to be the end of the game. Super clutch at the end there, Pat.
Yeah, once again, Ethereal Flutter was so close to getting the comeback, but got shut down. Got shut down by Anku Super's ability to simply win the fight when it matters, to stop the push in its tracks. They're going to get the 2-0 and they're going to advance onto this bracket, but if you're Flutter, it's not the end of the tournament for them. They still have the lower bracket to go to.
Yeah, and that hurts, and that's why I always tell people that it doesn't necessarily, a score like that doesn't tell the story of the set, because both of these games were just so back and forth. It wasn't super clear who was going to win, and quite frankly, I think if that last member up on Ethereal Flutter was just able to swim a little bit forward and maybe get those clams out a little bit faster, we might have had a tied up game. So definitely well played by Ethereal Flutter, but Unku Tupea really called their shot with their name and won 2 shots really, and they're done, I guess.
Yeah, very, Very well played by them. They're going to move forward, get onto the next stage of this upper bracket. We're going to take a short break as we wait for our next game. We will be back in just a minute.
welcome back to Paddling Pool 327. For those of you a little bit excited to get back into things, a bit of a instant replay there. I'm Sasu. I'm back here with Pat, and we're looking at Easy Way Out versus Amnesia for our second game on stream here.
Yeah, and we have a banger game right there in front of us. Easy Way Out. 4 incredibly good players that are there to are used to get to the finals of these tournaments. Amnesia, I mean, they're not seeded as well, but they're the kind of players that you have to look out for because they are dangerous. And I'm really looking forward to see these 3 games because we're only going to have a best of 3 between these 2 teams, starting on Clam Blitz on the Museum and starting right away. Let's get in the game, Sasu.
Yeah, we are getting right into it. And you know what? Sometimes we've seen upsets. We've seen teams just go down to teams you wouldn't expect them to. So both of these teams, I'm sure, are going to do their best. Starting off, looking at these comps here, interestingly enough, I feel like we see not so many nozzle noses nor range blasters these days. And yet there's one on both team, I think, right? With a range blaster.
Range blaster is still very much a classic that can do so much, that can be so dangerous. With the new patch, we've had so many mid-range weapons to use, and we've seen people experiment with lots of different things. But in the end, range blasters always good. And right now, it looks like both teams are trading left and right, and with both teams having a lot of clans trying to get some control right now. Easy Way Out are pushed away, but not for long. They're already back in and fighting back Amnesia. We're still fighting for mid, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of how it goes on Museum. Both of these teams are really going to have to fight tooth and nail to get to where it is they have to. But so far, Easy Way Out showing really strongly, getting 3 members down. Only Bake, I think, on that pencil still alive, but that is still a very active threat. Bake is no joke, and you see Easy Way Out. They have their cooler. They're ready to press on and see if they can get to that basket, but they're going to have to back off because too many of the members go down on that push. So the Power Clam definitely making sure to get out of there with a solid jump out. And right now, mid belongs to Amnesia. So they thought they could get in there, but not so easy. You're going up against some tough people in Amnesia. Woo! Look at that pick. Easy Way Out is saying, listen, there is no easy way out up against us because we are just going to push and we will keep coming at you.
I mean, on this map, if Bake is on top mid, you are in danger. Easy Way Out are going to open the score right now, looking to put a bit more in. They get to 71, but there's still very nice defense by Amnesia. Titally able to keep the basket open. It looks like Easy Way Out are still maintaining 1 player here, right player here. Oh, it's 3 down. Can they keep the basket open? No, they don't keep the basket open, but they have full control of the platform. They're going to wait for the basket to get back down as they are fighting right in there.
Yeah, Boruto there with that ink jet just putting a lot of threatening energy in their own spawn. The retake here, I imagine, must be so difficult, especially given what it is they have. It's very difficult to retake with a zip in your own spawn, but right now, Easy Way Out are putting down a lot of pressure. 2 of their members go down, but I think Bake in this absolutely crazy place trying to be in their own spawn, but they do go down, meaning that Amnesia finally gonna have the time to stabilize, but not if they keep going down like this. Slasher doing exactly like their name, getting those slashers out, but they pop zip and immediately go down to a bomb coming out behind them. And right now it just feels as though Easy Way Out is everything everywhere all at once. There's just nowhere that Amnesia can go without having Easy Way Out ready to get a pick on them.
Yeah, and right now Amnesia super jumping in. able to open the basket, but losing all of their players just to get 20 points and give a free Super Clams to Easy Way Out. Even when they score, it's not looking good for them. Easy Way Out are simply maintaining so much pressure, getting so much presence. And right now the Kraken is taking control of the top of the map and dancing around, waiting for a mistake from Amnesia.
Yeah, absolutely not what you want to see. I know when someone is on my top right by spawn, that is the most annoying thing to me. I make that my priority to get rid of them. And unfortunately, Amnesia not able to do that. So they are going to be able, rather they being Easy Way Out, able to get enough clams to just finish up that game. But you know, Amnesia had a strong showing with their defense at the start there, but as soon as Easy Way Out were able to figure out what it was they were doing, pretty strong showing from them.
Yeah, once Easy Way Out are where they want to be, once they start getting the moves they want, getting the positions they want, they are so strong. They are unstoppable. And right now, Amnesia, they hope they remember what just happened in this game if they want to learn and get better.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think that, like I was saying, you know, you have someone on that top right, Easy Way Out taking some like shockingly aggressive positions there, being at that top right. I think we saw Bake being at their spawn almost as though ready to camp the people who were jumping back to spawn or something like that before going down. So really, they're gonna have to make sure that they don't let Easy Way Out get the easy way out by taking those positions like that. But we'll see if they're able to learn from that prior game going into Rainmaker Humpback, where of course I think because this is such a circular map, you're gonna be looking at the track that the Rainmaker goes along, the regular going to the right into that elbow, pushing past. But seeing what we saw in that game, I think they're also going to have to make sure that they're checking that flank route and that nobody's coming up that right side opposite the Rainmaker to just terrorize them.
Yeah, I mean, good news for Amnesia. We're going onto the maps that they chose to play on, which is Rainmaker on Humpback. And I mean, Rainmaker is the mode to get the comebacks because all you need is one push and you can get a huge comeback on here. No lead is safe. And Asia, all they need to do right now is create the surprise once. But the other thing they really need to do is not let Easy Way Out get into the positions they want, get the momentum that they want. Easier said than done, but a few good bombs could help with that. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I was just thinking to myself, if Amnesia just has a lot of bombs, then regardless of how strong of players they are, when a choke like that elbow section is being bombed out, there's just nothing you can really do. We don't have armor in this game where you can just kind of ignore the damage. So we'll see if they're able to fend off those players with their comps there. But we see a switch off to that mini. So I think they're putting a lot of their stocks in probably just Zukaing them straight out of their pants. But 3 members are already down on Easy Way Out. They only just have their Brella up, but they have to make sure they get that Brella down. I believe that is the one that question mark has Jet? Perhaps.
Jet,
So they do go down. 2 members of Easy Way Out go down just immediately. And already, I think Amnesia's got some points on the board, looking to see if they can secure this check and continue moving forward.
They are going to take the checkpoint. Here comes the jetpack. The jetpack gets shot down by the Bazooka right there. Amnesia are maintaining their presence and forcing Easy Way Out to defend as much as they can. Another jetpack is deployed by Easy Way Out to stop the Rainmaker. But right now, Amnesia just did a very nice job to take control. They're not able to maintain their presence, though it looks like Easy Way Out are pushing them away. Now, they they're taking control of this top mid. Now, the Umbrella is such a surprising pick by them, Sasu, but it looks like it's working right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Super excited to see Brella from such a strong team. I myself, being an NA player, usually when I see Brella, I'm inclined to think it is JJ or Keen, who I think is in our number one seed there. But right now, we're seeing it in this game, and already with easy way out, able to get that check. Of course, they move forward, giving them the immediate lead, and they're just eking out points at this point. And like you said, one of the reasons why it can be anyone's game in Rainmaker is that you just walk forward and you get those points like nothing. So already easy way out, down to 33, but not before Amnesia takes that Rainmaker back and is trying to see what they can get going with this. Mia, I think, sharking there and gets the pick, despite, because of that Brella shield there. So we'll see what they're able to do with this as Amnesia tries to walk forward, using the Rainmaker.
Yeah, and right now we have both teams getting trades left and right, but easy way out. I'm back on the attack.
Speaking of right.
And they're going to extend their lead. Very nice moves by them. As Amnesia right now forced to defend in an awkward spot. They're probably not used to it. The Rainmaker is going to be retaken. They have an alleyway onto the opponent street, but they need to use it. There's only 2 minutes left in this game, and Amnesia needs a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think they have the time to do it. Easy way out made it down to 21, but not necessarily unbeatable. But up against these double Inkjets, it's going to be hard. You see Mia just searching for that last pick that's there on the top left, not quite getting it. Of course, Slasher, I think, going down. If it wasn't to the pencil, it probably would have been to that Rainmaker shield, unfortunately. But members of Amnesia going to go back up. You see a lot of pressure there on that window. And right now that Rainmaker in a very awkward spot. So luckily it does reset for Amnesia, who's going to want to get these picks in this shoulder area so that they can hopefully pop and move forward. But two members of Easy Way Out are going to go down. So they pop that, see if they can pick up, but not before putting that pressure on Bake to see what they can get done. Bake moving forward to flank a flanking pencil.
Yep.
Remember exactly what I said? I said they're going to have to watch that right section, because I am almost positive that Easy Way Out is going to be cheeky and see if they can just get them from behind. And I think that is, they're going to go down to, that's exactly what we were saying, bombing out that choke. So Easy Way Out does make sure that they go down. And right now it's just crowd control for them.
Yeah, the crowd control is going. Only 20 seconds left in the game, and Amnesia are struggling to fight for mid. They're nowhere near the Rainmaker, and there's a lot of orange paint between them and the shield right now. An Easy Way Out trying to defend, but with just 10 seconds left and a Zipcaster, it looks like Amnesia still has a shot, still has a way forward. It's 2 down onto Easy Way Out. Amnesia are coming in. They have the Rainmaker. All they need to do right now is create some space. All of Easy Way Out is defending. Mia with the umbrella is there, and that's going to be game number 2 for Easy Way Out.
I think Amnesia may be getting a little impatient at the end there. You heard me squeal out that no. I was thinking, wait, give it a second, But I think Bake breaking up the group drip a little bit there at the end. But yeah, I think that one of the most difficult things about something like Rainmaker, people complain it's very stally, but part of that is patience. Sometimes you have to stall, you have to wait for all of those people to be cleared out before you can walk. Sometimes you get lucky, and it's kind of like the Matrix, where you're walking and all those bullets are going past you. You don't get down and you get those points, but unfortunately not going to happen this time around. And I think the double Inkjet really proved strong for Easy Way Out.
It worked pretty well for them, and I mean, it's as you said, the game is so volatile, is so dangerous that you want to stall things out, you want to slow the pace down and not let a single dodge allow team to get 50 points. But right now, easy way out. We're able to take that control. We're able to win this game and advance further into the upper bracket. Amnesia are going to be struck down into the loser bracket.
Not for lack of trying. Really strong
Mhm.
showing there. You see a bit of, I think, Minecraft gameplay up to our right, your left, in case, you know, you need to be a little bit distracted from what we're saying. But if that's the case, open it up in another tab because we're going to be taking, I think, a short little break, Pat. So
Yep.
if you need to get your Minecraft fix, make sure to do that. But be sure to turn it off as soon as we're back. So we'll be back soon.
And welcome back, or should I say hi again, to a battling pool. I am Pat here with Sesu, and it's going to be hi again versus Pathway, this time in a best of 5 because we are far enough in the tournament.
Yes, thank you for joining us on this pathway to victory for one of these teams here. Starting, of course, I say of course, but Rainmaker Robo Ramen, I think is not so common of a map mode that you see, I'd argue. Of course, it's usually zones, but I'm curious to see what the sort of specific meta that both of these teams are going to run. And I'm not going to have to wait all that long because we are jumping right into it. Taking a look at these loadouts, I think a very standard comp, of course, with that bubble. And Big Bow from High again. Super interesting. Not only do you not see, this of course is the new bow that has Inkjet. Some people saying the best big bow to come out, but very rarely do you see a bow that's not Wellstring in competitive, I'd argue.
Yeah, but I mean, in Rainmaker, bows that have so much object damage, they are good overall. And Inkjet, we've just saw in the earlier set that Inkjet is so good to stop the Rainmaker, to end the Rainmaker way. And right now, High again, with 3 slats, are able to grab the Rainmaker, bring it to the checkpoint. That's an early checkpoint for High again, who are in position to get the repop as well. Oh, Zunax.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and that is an aggressive bubble as well. You see, they are just trying to eke out those points. Don't quite get it, but get it quite close enough. 8 points down, of course. I think they're backing up to make sure they can get that jump, but not going to happen since they do go down. So with a vengeance, Pathway already on their way to what seems like a free check, I believe. And those Inkjets, those strikes coming out a little bit early for their push, but perhaps they're confident they have what they need displacement-wise, because you see they also have this Booyah Bomb, so it just seems as though High again can't really stand anywhere without immediately going down from a special, but an unfortunate bomb, I think, is going to end their push a little bit early here.
In a minute and a half, we had one team get to 8 points, and then the other team get the checkpoint and get a repop and almost get in as well. This has been such a fast-paced, intense game, and right now, High again is still in defense mode, trying to stop the push from Pathway, and Zunox, with a huge bubbler right there, will take back control of the elbow, and is trying to push the other team away. What? He's back!
That is a huge wipeout there from High again. They were working really hard to see if they could get rid of Pathway, who was just being super aggressive. But I think their decap practically single-handedly just eliminated the other team. We have an accidental drop here, I think. So they're going to have to go back up there via that incline. But the cooler comes out so that Pathway is ready to fend them off. I imagine High again, of course, wanting to close off the game, but they have all the time in the world. We see we are only halfway through this game time-wise, and they're all the way down to 8. So Pathway not only having to worry about defending, but also putting points up on their own. 2 members down on High again, and somehow their Rainmaker still alive, but not going to be for long. They only have so long left on that Rainmaker, and they're going to go down early. 3 members down on High again. So Pathway has a clear pathway to get back to that elbow.
Yeah, Pathway has... Right now they have the opportunity, 2 minutes left into this game, that's more than enough to push forward, get in, and with these strikes that they're throwing, they should be able to deploy the bubbler forward. Wait, this could be a lead swap. They are so close right now, all they need is to move in, but Jetpack is deployed by High again, they're running in, and just 2 points behind. Oh, that was close, but it looks like High again is going to keep the lead, keep control. They're dropping that Rainmaker out of here to stay
Wait, I guess
alive.
not. It's still there.
What?
They have it on
Oh.
the top left. They were not able to jump off before they went down there. So if they're able to get up there and grab it, they might be able to make another run. But time is ticking. I think it's going to be resetting quite soon. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab it, especially with two of their members going down. So they're going to have to start from scratch here, maybe just as bad as if they jumped it off. Ultimately, we are down at 45 seconds left. This is just so high octane, especially with both of those swords on either team just making absolute rampages with the picks that they're able to get. Of course, we see Zekrom here making sure to stall, take their time, see if their teams can get the appropriate picks. But the problem is the other team has that Inkjet, and I think that's what made them go down before. So they have this bubble deployed, but we'll see if they're able to secure these picks and displace them properly. But this is a really tight time, especially we're already down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, we're in the end right now. Pathway are prudent, are waiting for the opportunity, but they don't have much time to wait anymore. They need to go in high again, defending as much as they can. But Zekrom, the jetpack.
Yeah, I think the win condition there was definitely getting rid of that that jetpack. Getting rid of that Inkjet at the end there, because I will tell you, Pat, I'm a little bit of a Rainmaker main myself. People tend to pop Kraken. I'm not afraid of a Kraken. I believe I can skill diff and break some ankles and avoid a Kraken to be able to still maneuver around them. But one thing I do not feel confident going up against is an Inkjet. They are just aerial, and I am a big shining beacon, not able to really defend myself there. So unfortunately, you see that Inkjet when they got that splat before going down, but it was just too little, too late. And yeah, a really strong secured win for High again.
I mean, they got the opening push. They got so fast to these 8 points remaining. And from then on, Pathway were leading the game, were in control of the map most of the time, but they were not able to go through and get the comeback to it. I mean, having to score down under 8 points on this map mode, when the opponent knows that all they need to do is defend their Rainmaker. I mean, the goal pretty much stopped the KO from happening. It was so rough for Pathway, and I mean, they got so far, they got so dangerous.
Yeah, they were right next to it, but you know, sometimes the points just they say what they want to say, and they're like, nope, you're not close enough, even though you're physically next to check. But both of these teams gonna have to shake off that last game and see what they got going now. I think no changes from either team. We're gonna keep that bubble because, of course, we are in clams. Both of those teams sporting a bubble as well as a Booyah Bomb. So it's going to be really tough to defend from those pushes, but this is kind of a difficult map mode. I myself, if I can avoid it, I will. Two members going down on Pathway, perhaps they feel similar to me there, and the Big Bow going to set themselves up, I think, on that top left and put the hurt there on Pathway. And yeah, I think the clams are still going, so we'll see if they're able to make it under the proverbial 60-point mark before the push ends. Maybe not going to happen there. We see that closing up, but a really strong push, though. I'll say it could be a little stronger.
Yeah, that's 60 points right there. The thing is, this is the shortest map for Clam Blitz in the game. I'm pretty sure, like, in terms of distance between the two baskets, there is no distance between these baskets. So if you get wiped, if you lose too many players, you lose points. And right now, High again were able to get that strong opening without losing too many players. And it doesn't matter that they lost too many points because they still have control over the map right now. As I said, that Pathway are finding their way back forward. Mondi going in is going to activate the bubbler and open the basket. There's a lot of clams around and 2 players down on High again. That's a lead swap for Pathway. All they need is 2 more clams. Here they come. And that's the lead for them.
Yeah, 2 of their members going down. I think that may, well, they're really deep in there, so we'll see if they're able to play off that. They're gonna choose not necessarily to do so, instead sort of stabilize and make sure that they can keep mid, fend off high again, which they're doing pretty well. You see that they have their own stack there, at least for now, but very quickly, High Again said, I'm going to commentator's curse you. Oh my gosh, 2 members going down with a bubble right under, so if someone's able to go in there, and they are, jump straight to the bubble and get that power clam in, but we're going to see if they're able to have enough follow-up, and they do. To have a bit of a lead swap, though, not that many clams going to go in, just very slight, especially because we are now hitting the halfway point in the match. But, you know, you mentioned, no, absolutely unfortunate downing to a bomb there, but, like, I think the whole thing about how small the distances is really playing in here, because this is just a back and forth, and you see already a power clam online for Pathway.
Yeah, but High Again is coming back very strong. They still have a small lead, but right now they are taking control over the map. There's a lot of clams in their ranks. They haven't made a super clam yet, but they're forcing Pathway to use all their specials simply to defend. Oh, no!
Whiffed it!
Oh,
absolutely whiffed it. High Again, you see they had that power glam online. Luckily, they have a backup here on Yoshi, who does jump out to make sure that they live another day, but I think they were looking to extend that lead, and I think they might have been in a place where they were perhaps safe, but unfortunately, very common on a place, on a clam place like Mako Mart. Sometimes you just throw it and it ends up on that plat there. It's happened to me way more times than I care to admit. But there's Yoshi being displaced by that Booyah, just barely living. But of course, we have this follow-up and an open. You see, Inkjet, I think, just might be the MVP of all of these, because they do get the pick. And right now, Pathway on their way to try and see if they can close up this lead, but they go down to that jump. So right now, oh my gosh, what was that, Pat?
They managed to sneak their way back to that super clam and put it in the basket just to get the lead in the nick of time. But High Again, they're happy to lose the lead because it means they get control of the stacks. Oh, as I said, that they're not able to push in. Pathway able to respawn, able to win the next fight and get onto the map. 25 seconds left, Sasu, and it looks like Pathway are holding their control. High Again right now are stuck behind, and they only have 15 seconds before overtime.
It's truly crunch time now, but you see they have more than enough of what they need in order to get this win here. You see 3 members going down. That is going to be huge, except Yoshi does have one of the clams, so they're going to have to exit out of that and see if they can get all the way to there. 2 of their members are going to go down, so it's up to them, but they are just pressured by way too many things, including their backline. And you see, oh no, at the very end there, I'm not sure if they would have had the time nonetheless, but this Pathway, I believe, able to just shut down all of the members of High Again and secure their win. But that was really tight at the end there. Really, wow.
I mean, High Again, all they needed was to put 1 extra super clam in the basket. They had 2, and it was bad for them because it meant both of their players were marked, and Pathway knew exactly where to defend, how to stop them. Had they gotten only 1 super clam, they could have maybe gotten a push together, but it was a bit too late. It was a bit too hasty. It didn't work, which means, Sasu, we are now 1-1 between these 2 teams going into game 3.
And you know what? I think that usually you have your backline hold on to that clam because it doesn't really matter if the other team knows where your backline is. They're the farthest back. But I think Yoshi, being the second person with that clam, made it really difficult on them because they went back to their recall, which was all the way in the back, and had to make their way to the basket. So if they were able to maybe throw it to someone who was up. Actually, no one was up. So that was just a tough situation, unfortunately, for them. But like you said, Pat, we are at 1-1. Both teams equal. So each of them going to be looking to win here on Hagglefish Tower and see if they can kind of pull ahead, put some pressure on the other team going into that fourth game. And this is quite the map mode to do it. Hagglefish Tower, I would argue a little bit well known for being very snowbally. So if you can get a decisive win here and really shut down the other team, you're looking at really good momentum going into Umami zones.
I mean, we've seen both of these teams get very far in the Rainmaker game. We're going to see that again, and as you said, it is very snowbally. We're going to see a lot of momentum, which means both teams will need to find a way to really stop the other team as much as they can. Here comes the new Stamper to have that Booyah Bomb there, and I mean both teams are bringing a Booyah Bomb, which for tower control you want to be able to stop that tower, and a Booyah does that.
Yeah, they've got 2 GGs. On the side of Pathway, they say, listen, if Spexao is not able to get the job done, we have Miner here with the strikes to make sure that no one is able to be on that tower. But so far, 2 members of Pathway already going to go down, leaving their pencil to try and just like get those picks and chip people out. Now 2 members in turn going down on High again. So you see Pathway getting wiped. Wow, that was just a lot of mess, a lot of fighting back and forth. But High again does have a bubble up in a really opportune space. But right now, they're getting to what is looking like one of the hardest checks really on Haggle. And this one is kind of a vibe
hard.
check.
It didn't look very hard right now. High again with a huge opening push. That's the first minute and they got to 19. They almost got to the third checkpoint. Pathway right now are in trouble because once again they need to mount a huge comeback.
Yeah, maybe they want to build a snowman because the snowballs, whoa, really intense here. 2 members going down for High again.
Ooh.
So Pathway just on a killing spree, making sure that they can clean everything up. Retake so difficult on a place like Hagglefish, which is what makes this place so snowbally sometimes, is that if you can get them like struggling outside of their spawn, you really have the game. And you see that Pathway is answering back to High again's intense push, pressure being put on that big bow to make sure that they can get them down and hopefully not pop that inkjet. 3 members going down. So we're going to be looking at a lead switch just about now. Checkpoint 3. If they break through this, I would argue that is just about the game. That is a bubble as well. I don't know if they're going to be able to break through that. And what if their member is alive and snowball complete? That is the game done. Did we even hit the halfway mark?
No.
Oh my god.
No, we didn't.
This is...
That was less than 2 minutes, I think.
Done and done. Yeah, I cannot stress enough how snowbally here can be. And I would argue checkpoint 3 is really much like a ship shape. It's kind of the pulse as to whether a team has won the game. Once you break past that checkpoint 3, you've essentially won the game. Like, it's just kind of impossible to stop them at that point. And I think of the 2, they're the ones that broke through their checkpoint 3. So they just kind of stamped the game and said, well, we got it. We did just what you did to us, except we were able to tie up that bow. And right now, like I said, I'm thinking Pathway has fantastic momentum with that quick knockout.
I mean, High again had that monster opening that made it look like they were winning this. Like, Pathway had nothing on them, but then Pathway started attacking and did even better, did even faster. It's very much, as you said, this is so snowbally. A team can go in. And I mean, Pathway activating the bubbler twice during that same push, being able to simply secure a checkpoint after checkpoint and getting the comeback. High again were not ready for that comeback, and it showed right there. Pathway are on match point, going on splat zones on Umami runes.
Yeah, that's why sometimes you gotta make sure, especially on these snowballing map modes, that you just finish the game out. Put the pin in it, stick the stake in it, and kill it before it just comes back and kills you. But Zones Umami, definitely going to be a lot of back and forth. Not as easy to just kind of run away with the win unless you're able to just kind of get that lockout and spawn. But of course, we're looking at 2 zones here. And do not be surprised if you hear me yelling "paint the zone" on the mic. Pat maybe did. You might hear in the back, "paint the zone." A lot of the times, the zone will be in neutral, and I think that sometimes the teams will get caught up fighting in spawn that they will not go back and paint the zone when they should. But ultimately, super difficult to keep both of these zones painted in your paint, and we've had a change on that big bow.
Yeah. I mean, it's the incline bow that is coming. These super chumps and that sprinkler will provide a lot of paint to High-Again, which I mean on this mode will help a lot. And right now High-Again, again with their incredibly strong openings, are getting control, and the super chumps are forcing Pathway out. Mondi is still around with the junior, but is forced to wait a little bit for the rest of the team, and here comes the comeback from Pathway, activating the bubbler and already painting the zone. Sasu?
Yeah, I think we're already looking at that back and forth, really. Even though Pathway a bit on that back foot, you see they've already been able to get zone. We have a trade there. 3 members total going down on High-Again with a smart jump out and a jump in turn. Able to get 1 down, but not before going down themselves. So Pathway positioning themselves in that top mid, trying to make sure that High-Again does not feel comfortable going forward. So of course they have their Booyah Bomb and their chumps expending their specials to see if they can get back in. A change of hands in terms of lead, but I imagine High-Again, rather than worrying about that lead, worrying about their 2 members going down and seeing if they can stabilize. Of course, paint the zone. There's the big bow, able to get that paint down and take it back. Look at how close both of these teams are, despite the fact that Pathway has had kind of like a chokehold, really, on High-Again for a part of this.
Yeah, Miner forced out with that slusher right now. They have the strikes ready as High-Again is taking the lead and getting good points. Here comes the strikes. Are able to take one of the zones, but Yoshi is still around. Oh, the 2 zones? No, the 2 zones were not taken. Penalties not applied. Yet it looks like High-Again are still around, but Pathway though are going to take that control right now. We have both teams still fighting for mid. I don't think penalty is that much of an issue that early in the game, as long as High-Again is able to take back control, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh wow, this is just everything's happening all at once. 3 members of Pathway go down. I think we have a bit of a trade there, but it's just their S-Blast from High-Again. They have a steady chokehold on this mid-section, so Pathway just kind of chipping away, bombing out, seeing how they're going to get in. Yoshi, of course, just farming those chumps, constantly sending them out, making more things for Pathway to worry about as they walk in. Those strikes are going to come out, not going to find any picks and not able to flip any zones. Right now, High-Again still chipping it down on their points, and right now they need to move forward and paint that zone because it is in neutral, and if High-Again caps, that's going to be bad. They do finally paint the zone, and right now they're close to stripes, so we'll see if they're able to get that lockout.
You weren't lying about saying you would say paint the zone over and over.
Listen, people they need to lock in and paint over it ASAP, because I think that points can really get away from you on Umami because it's so difficult to keep both zones painted. All you really need is that big bow to just put a few spines in there, and suddenly it's in neutral. So I'm like, don't bother with it, just paint over it. And right now that Booyah comes out, does paint over one of those zones. And a counter Booyah trying to go over that, but that zone stays neutral until now. And right now, I'm thinking we're going to see I thought we would see a change of hands, but 3 members go down for Pathway. So right
Yeah.
now it's just Miner trying to keep this sort of control of this top mid.
Ooh, and right now the fight is going on. High again, able to keep their lead, able to take back the control in this last minute of the game right now. All they need to do would be apply penalty once more. They maintain that control, and Pathway are struggling to go in. I see a lot of bombs coming, but these bombs are not finding the splats yet. The Slosher is going to do the trick with the Bobbler to help Mondi with Virginia getting the splat. And that's Pathway in this last 25 seconds, losing 2 players. They won't get the lead yet. The strikes are not enough to stop High again from taking back the zones.
Yeah, Pathway in a very difficult position here. You see they have the zone in neutral right now. 2 members going down on High again, so they have a bit of a chance, but they're going to be hard-pressed to see if they can keep this zone long-term, seeing as though that Bow can just fleece those spines for free, and right now ticking through their penalty points, but those chumps are going to come out and explode. They paint over it, and so they're still making their way out. But 3 members down. They just have the S-Blast alone with no paint, but still trying to neutralize that zone. The Booyah comes out, and the lead is taken at the last second. It's not enough to neutralize the zone fast enough, so that is going to be the lick back there.
What a game! What a comeback by Pathway, able to really secure the victory. I mean, it really looked like High again had control, had a victory there, but Pathway simply winning all the fights in that overtime, making sure they would stay on these zones and forcing High again to get the desperate jump ins. And these jumps did not work for them. Very, very nice job by Pathway, who are going to get the 3-1 and move forwards onto winners semi.
Yeah, talk about snatching out of the clutches of victory, like the jaws of victory there. Here you're seeing on that replay the counter Booyah that was happening. There was an absolute bloodbath for that left zone there as everyone was fighting for it. But you see at the end here, Pathway had quite an impossible hold up against them, but I think that High again was just too staggered. You see, like you were mentioning, Pat, those impossible jump ins, and yeah, Booyah has a bit of a lag on it, and it's not able to go out fast enough. So, like you said, it's going to be a 3-1, and they're going to be advancing. Well done.
Yeah, that was our closest set so far, but we have more to watch, Sasu. We are going to go on to winners bracket semis. Our teams are not decided yet, but yeah, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
There are lots of tournaments to choose from within the community. Maybe too many. But there's always been something missing. An opportunity to be more than just the best in the West. Because there exist higher stakes, a bigger stage, a global stage. This is the Splat World Series. IPL has collaborated with Area Cup to provide 8 of the top teams from Japan to face off against 8 teams from the West in a one-day 16-team double elimination tourney with multiple streams in both English and Japanese to claim the greatest prize of all, the title of being the best on planet Earth. Splat World Series. Qualifying information coming soon.
Hello, I hope you got your snacks. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 327. I'm here with Pat, and we're looking at SNV 15 versus Rusty Meta. We're actually discussing the so-called Rusty Meta over the break, right, Pat?
Yeah, I don't think it's because of their weapon. I think it's because they have players that haven't played in a while and are coming back.
I see. The washed meta, so the Rusty meta,
Exactly. I mean, notably, Isabel, who was on the new meta playing the Tetras right now. And speaking of Tetras, on the other side, in Stick and Vape at 15, Rem is also a Tetra one trick. So we're going to see a Tetra duel between these two teams, starting with Inkblot Art Academy on Clamblitz right away. Let's get in the game.
I'm super excited to see this Tetra mirror match. There's nothing funnier than watching two Tetras triple dodge roll trying to get picks on each other, but we're not going to see it just yet. Instead, we see those N parries coming out of Isabel, as well as I think pretty standard picks otherwise, but both of these teams, of course, kind of going into mid. Isabel already going down, but very much tetra-pilled, trying to flank there at the beginning. And T-Echo trying to get everybody with those missiles, and that is the tough thing with most of these teams running missiles with that pro, is that you're just trying to get everyone. It's a hard balance.
Yeah, and we see both teams getting a bit of an advantage, but losing it right away with the answer. We see trade after trade right now. It's 2 versus 2 again between these two teams. Rusty Meta, only their pencil left standing as Stick and Vape are getting back their control. They have a super clam, but they don't have enough ground to move onto the basket yet. And we see both of these teams preparing something. Both teams have a super clam, so one mistake could cost a lot.
Yeah, you see Chetty here going down with that power clam, unfortunately. Despite playing very careful for a lot of this game, the Booyah comes out interestingly not on that ramp for pushing, maybe just trying to display, see if they can get those picks. Several question marks putting out that cooler so that their teammates can kind of get ready for that push. And I think that SNV at 15 has given up a lot of space. So right now, question marks on that back foot.
Yeah, Stick and Vape right now, getting 2 splats next to that basket. Tommy Echo. Oh no, it's Rusty Meta getting onto the basket. They will open it, but that's all they get. They lose all of their players, and Stick and Vape right now have a lot of clams, a lot of control over mid, and with that Booyah Bomb will create a lot of space for themselves. Now, can they turn that space into points? It looks like Rusty Meta are able to really keep them away.
Oh my gosh, a very unfortunate pick with those Tenta missiles. Gonna shut down what was looking to be a devastating push. SNV at 15 had quite a few clams, but as you can see, they still have quite a few clams. They're right on the precipice of making another power clam, but that brush on Rusty Meta is really just running around doing brush things, but gonna get punished for it immediately. And yeah, it's just a game of like stabilizing at that point, which is very difficult to do when someone just pops a crab in your face like this.
And right now we see still a lot of action. Isabel trying to go in, but is countered completely by Kiki, who is going to get back control. 2 minutes left in the game, and only 1 super clam has been scored this whole game.
Yeah, I was really criticizing a little bit Rusty Meta for only getting in that power clam and not having any follow-up. Of course, you want to get to that 60-point mark. But like you said, we're coming up on 145 and nothing else has been scored. And they have a brush online, and you know how brushes do brush things, and they can just kind of slide in there, get a ball in, and then if everyone's set up, they should be able to get those points. But right now, I feel like I'm seeing SNV at 15 really get the picks that they need. But when it comes to pushing, they're just not able to get up to that basket despite the fact that they have the clams.
And right now they lost 2 players. Rusty Meta are trying to go back to the basket. They have clams that they are juggling, and oh, whoa, Lulu is going in with the hammer, is going to reopen the basket. A lot of points for Rusty Meta right there. Going into this last minute, this is looking pretty dire for Stick and Vape.
Oh yes, they have like 1 clam to their name. So now, of course, they have 2 power clams due to the basket being opened up again. So right now, I think they might have enough resources to be able to push and maybe even take that lead, because they're only at a 38. It's dire when you haven't opened the basket yet, but if you're able to move fast enough, especially with this popped crab they have going, they might be able to make this push, but not if they let Rusty Meta just cycle through these specials like they're kind of getting, especially now that they're coolered.
Yeah, and here comes the opening by Stink and Vape. They get 1 super clam in, 2 super clams in. They don't have enough clams yet. They need to go back for more clams, but everybody from Rusty Meta is there to defend. The basket is now in overtime. They would need 2 more clams, but it's too late. Rusty Meta gets game number 1.
Yeah, and even though it was close at the end there, I would argue decisively. The entire time, we saw SNB really on the back foot, doing a lot of defending, and it felt like even when the game was kind of in their hands, they had mid, they had the opportunity to push. They were just really taking their time when they're up against a brush. Perhaps it is in their best interest to be a little faster and a bit more aggressive, because it seems as though they're at the most aggressive when they were defending.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the brush and Ampere Julie's pair together meant that Stink and Vape constantly had to look over their shoulder, pay attention to the left, to the right, because they were always flanked, always fighting to the side and not able to look forward. Now, going into tower control, Stink and Vape need to be able to build that momentum that they were not able to get in game 1. Meanwhile, Rusty Meta, I mean, it worked. They had control for most of that game. They were able to turn that control into points so much better.
Yeah, and SNV not going to want to be defending like they were before. Not only did it not work in their favor, but of course, the pushing team is going to have that passive special building when they have that tower. So unless they just want those aggressive specials happening at them, they're going to have to take control this time, tower control, and make sure that they are the ones pushing, especially with something like Tetras. You don't want to be defending on Tetras. You certainly want to be pushing. And I'm thinking both of these teams going to stick with what they were going in that last game.
Yeah, sticking to their guns right now. And it looks like Rusty Meta are already getting in. Both Isabel and Lulu are trying to push their way forward, but they pay the price. 2 versus 2 right now. And both teams are trying to establish control. Tommy Echo, getting to touch the tower, but only touching it for a split second right there. It looks like we're pretty even. Kiki activating the crab tank, surviving the bombs, and pummeling all of mid. That's going to be control for Stink and Vape, who are now on the tower, pushing and trying to get to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, finally they've got those points on the board, but you see, much like a story of last time, Rusty Meta being extremely aggressive with these flanks that are going out, but question mark really strong pick going down there. Chetty trading back out their fallen comrade on that pencil. And right now, Kiki with an extremely aggressive crab on that tower, saying absolutely no one can come here. But Lulu says, listen, I haven't given up the flanks. I'm still trying to make it very difficult for you guys to just look forward. But forward marches SNV.
They're not stopping. They're past the third checkpoint, and there's nobody to stop them right there. Stink and Vape at 15 get game number 2, tie up the score. And I mean, once they were on the tower, they did not stop, Sasu.
Yeah, it was a straight shot almost to the end there. They really I don't know. When I think of snowbally tower maps, Museum isn't necessarily one of them, but they made it look like it. You see in this replay, Lulu with that jump out after trying to distract them from the back a little bit unsuccessfully. But I think the people at the front line there, unfortunately not able to get the picks that they needed. Not to mention, other than their brush, they don't have any AoE. So it's very difficult to just clear tower when your brush is flanking there.
Yeah, it was very rough to defend that tower for Rusty Meta. They, as you said, they didn't really have the tools to stop the tower, to really force Stinking Vape to get away, and they kind of paid the price. Now, we are going on to splat zones on Wahoo World. It's a nice round zones where all you need is one explosion in the middle with, say, a Reef Slider?
Listen, nice is not the word I would use for this zone. Very punishing. We were saying during our break, we were talking about this map mode and knowing that there are two people, and we might see a switch to Tetras now that we're on zones, and we might see that the prophesized mirror match between those Tetras. I said, I know on those comms, I'd be mad having to go up against Tetras, knowing that Reef Slider can basically auto cap zone. It's definitely going to be an intense and perhaps frustrating game for both of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. It's rough, it's tense, but I think it's the best map mode for the Tetras. And here they come, we get our Jewel. Yes!
Yes, I think, and the same Tetras, so it is a true mirror match between both of these teams. But of course, of note is that there's also the Booyah Bomb on the side of SNV, of course, via that sword. So if for whatever reason they're not able to cap with that ever cheesy, 2 members already going down, wow, Pat, from SNV. So right now, Rusty Meta taking a really healthy hold on that zone right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu opened with a flank with the brush and absolutely surprised everybody on the side of Stinking Vape. And that gave so much ground to Rusty Meta. And right now, Stinking Vape need to get the push in. The Booyah Bomb will be able to capture, to apply penalty, but they lose 2 players as they get the zone. They're going to be forced out. As right now, Rusty Meta are getting a lot of control. Oh wait, nice punish right there. Here comes a Reef Slider to capture the zone. Stinking Vape still in there, able to retake, able to reapply penalty and get the zone, get control. Isabel is still fighting right there, but the crab tank by Kiki will allow SNV to breathe a little bit and get their head back in the game.
Question marks, they need to tell me their secret because they lived through a war zone there, somehow living, and they are still doing such. But one thing we didn't talk about as it pertains to this particular map mode is, we all know, but Wahoo is huge. The time it takes for a team to get back in here and try and paint over this, of course. Speaking of painting over, we've got the slider cheese making sure to put the stop on SMB's push. And question mark still alive, even so. Wow. Then they finally go down to the wrath of Lulu's hammer.
Yeah, the hammer does the trick, and that's a nice control by Stinking Vape. Tetras winning the duel, getting another trade right there. But meanwhile, Rusty Meta are still in control of the zone. Both teams still fighting for mid. No, every single fight is so hard for they're not stopping. They're going for more and more and more. Kiki activating the crab, gets punished by Lulu. Lulu getting in there, and that's 3 down on SNV. Rusty Meta are going to get the lead, Sasu.
Yeah, and now it's going to be really tough for SMV to even have the time to make it back into mid to see if they can put that down. You see the Booyah Bomb come out. Nobody going down to that thrown hammer from Lulu, but 2 members going down from SMV. Not looking at super good just time-wise, but they do make it to mid, a punishing with that Reef Slider, and that is going to be the rest of game. What an interesting game seeing that Tetra mirror match, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of actions, and both of these teams had a similar game plan of blanking, getting into more fight, getting into as many fights as they could. It was so hard to follow what was happening because both teams were constantly dancing with each other.
Yeah, not super surprising. I think that this game was sort of won in skirmishes. And of course, you have SNB with that with the Tetras, but Rusty Meta had the Tetras and the brush. They've got the tickles, they've got the the aggressive weapons that just go down and aren't afraid to stay down. So I think that's overall what got them to win. But rather than the pure aggression, I feel like Rainmaker very much so is a game of stalling, of patience. So we're gonna see if that aggression serves Rusty Meta going into Manta Maria Rainmaker.
I mean, Rainmaker is a mode where your ability to splat fast and move forward with these splats decides a lot, and that's what both of these teams have been able to do, have been trying to do. Going on to Manta Maria, though, it's such a big map with so many different walls and things that stop, say, a curling bomb or a Rift Slider from simply moving forward. So I guess these teams will have to rely a bit more on their mid-range and backline players to maintain control and get some space.
Yeah, despite the Tetra 1 tricking here, like you mentioned, Pat, Reef Slider maybe not necessarily going to serve you as easily. I'm going to be seeing if Rice Showa maybe switches off the Tetras into an end parry. Not going to happen. Said I'm a one trick and I am not joking. Both of them opting to stick on the Tetras. I think perhaps we have Isabelle getting a taste of the Tetras and saying, listen, I can't go back. I can't quit you. Maybe the Reef Slider, not necessarily ideal, but screw it, we ball. Both of these teams making their way into mid, an early pick there, I think, on question marks, and another pick, and it's just going to be the pro left, and an easy check for Rusty Meta.
I mean, Isabelle and Lulu went in, chose violence, and destroyed everybody right there. And here comes a huge lead for Rusty Meta, 16 points, and they're still in there. The Reef Slider to reap up. Isabelle going in, getting a few more points. Tommy Echo is now alone. Wait, no, Lulu is still there. Lulu still around. He's going to maybe reap up with the hammer, and he's getting the reap up. They're not stopping. Lulu is going to get a trade before getting sent back. What an opening by Rusty Meta.
Absolutely, and shout out to Rusty Meta for not jumping to Lulu. I don't think I would have had the strength to not be like, no, I can dip him, I'm jumping in. So you see Chetty here getting some what seem to be safe jumps, but immediately their brush goes down, gets checked, and SNB getting their pop. All the members are back, at least they were, from SNB at 15. So right now, neither team, I think, has that Rainmaker, and both of them just kind of skirmishing for control numbers-wise before they continue making their push. Of course, Rusty Meta not having to work so hard since they have such a huge lead right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we see Rusty Meta not grabbing the Rainmaker, very happy with simply holding their control, farming for one more missiles, and the missiles are thrown onto everybody from SNB. Getting a splat as well on their backline. That is huge. The Tetras forced out of here. Rusty Meta are taking full control of this map, Sasu.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really good for them. Oh, you see, I think that's Lulu making a run there, putting the Rainmaker in a very awkward spot. I think, oh no, both of them go down. Those missiles, I think, are very paramount here for Rusty Meta, because there's just so many walls, so many streets that are closed off. It's going to be very difficult to not step on each other's toes and accidentally get your teammates killed. from being in the same place, but we do have a Rainmaker reset, and we've already passed the halfway point. So Rusty Meta sitting really comfortably, seeing as though SNV at 15 has yet to put any points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, and the fight is still going on the same side of the map. The super jump is punished by the Stamper. It looks like Stick and Vape are still in this game, but with less than 2 minutes in the game, and the tactical are thrown to the side. It's going to be rough, but 2 down. I mean, Stick and Vape could get a checkpoint off of that.
Yeah, that was a lot of people down. You see question marks here trying to figure out exactly which is the optimal check to use, figuring it's going to be the left, and they do get it despite going down, but that is a huge sort of checkpoint to have because once you have that, now you just have to worry about walking, dropping, getting those points, but that's going to go to Rusty Meta in terms of the pop. Right now they're being zipped, but they still have a lot to go with just over a minute to try and drop here, but with enough people down, they might be able to get it, and they lose the Rainmaker.
They're still in there. They're still in there. Kiki is getting the jumps. The missiles are not able to get enough to get the pop right there. The Wave Slider is going to come. Tommy Echoes grabbing the Rainmaker, dropping away. That was an incredible push by Stink and Vape. But Rusty Meta are holding strong, are still in the lead. And now with 35 seconds left in this game, Stink and Vape need another push. And they're already with the Rainmaker moving on to that bunker.
Yeah, here comes the patience game. You see question marks trying to see what they can get, and they get this like a blind pick there, going over there, making sure that people stay down, that they don't randomly get jumped by this brush, but unfortunately not going down fast enough. So we are now making it into the final 10 seconds where Rusty Meta, you know, they're on the back foot, but they've got those missiles online, Pat.
Yeah, missiles are ready. We're now in overtime. It's Kiki with the Rainmaker. Kiki won't be able to protect with the Pro. That is kind of rough for them. Everybody is waiting. Lots of patience for Stink and Vape. They know they only have one shot if they want to stay in this set. But right now, Rusty Meta are holding so strong. Tommy Echo going in with the Pro, getting in there and getting the splat. Rusty Meta is going to go on to the winners finals.
Listen, Rusty Meta, they know the meta. It's being rusty. Clearly, it's worked well for them, as well as just the sheer volume of skirmish on their team. It just seemed as though one of the reasons they were so careful at the end there, Pat, is because they knew those Tetras could come out of nowhere. They knew the brush can jump scare them at any time, as well as with that very dangerous hammer. Here we're seeing that that opening check that they were able to get with such ease. And I feel like them getting this crazy push at the beginning there, that was Lulu being alone and really killing it alone for a while there. But yeah, that's what helped them just be at ease and not have to do too much during the entire game.
I mean, Rusty Meta, they got the control of the first half of that game. Stink and Vape were able to get splats and get some momentum in the second half, but not enough, a bit too late, and in the end were not able to get in enough, and they managed to get the Rainmaker in that final spot in the court right next to the KO spot, but it was not enough. All the specials, all the weapons and the knowledge from Rusty Meta allowed them to deny that push and keep the lead, which means Rusty Meta will go to the finals, and I believe, Sasu, it's time for you to say goodbye.
Yes, it is. Along with them, I will be heading out, but definitely had a lot of fun being on the mic with you once again, Pat, and seeing these buzzer beaters and these close sets. What a great time in paddling pool today.
It's always a great time in Paddling Pool. We were glad to have you. And before you go, can you plug yourself? Where can I find you on the internet?
Well, you can find me practically everywhere at Sasu in Your Pants. It's SASUIN, the letters UR rather than the word your. Sasu in UR Pants. And I think, Pat, you're staying on the mic, no?
Yes, I am. I will be
Oh,
joined
the
by
people are.
Sig. Mhm.
The people are very lucky. They get a double
Oh.
dose of Pat today,
Oh.
but you're even luckier because you're also going to have Signokari here
Yes.
on the mic as well, fresh off of GOML, I believe. So
Mhm.
thank you so much, everyone. And we will be going to a break where Sig will be taking my place. So don't go anywhere, get a snack, but tune back in.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 327. I am still Pat, this time with Sig, to watch two teams that we've seen before who made it to the final, the winners' final of this tournament. Sig, how are you doing tonight?
I am having a pretty great day so far where, I woke up, had some breakfast, chilled out with my dog for a little bit, and now we're here casting some Paddling Pool with you. We got Rusty Meta versus Uncle Tupeo. We're starting things off on a very non-standard map, which is Rainmaker on Umami Ruins. I already see a Luna Blaster, and then we have the Brush Tetra that we saw earlier today. Some pretty neat weapon picks going forward, stuff that we really haven't seen in a minute.
Yeah, and Uncle Tupeo will rely a lot on their ability to stop that Brush Tetra duel to really get control. And it looks like right now they're holding strong. Both teams are waiting for each other to make a mistake as Lulu is activating the hammer. Both teams are still trying to find control. It looks like the Rainmaker is still not taken, but Isabel is going in with the Tetras, getting the splat that are needed. It's going to be Rusty Meta taking the first checkpoint very early.
Yep, Lulu on that brush and Isabel are both hunting for more, as well as Lulu ends up getting picked off by the Crab Tank. The Rainmaker is rushed by Echo down into the right pit, just trying to at least stay safe for a little bit longer. Is able to for a couple of seconds, but the rest of them, Kutupe, is able to shut things down before the score gets way too out of hand. Already down to 50 points, though, for Rusty Meta with a check break. Very, very solid start, especially for this opening here. A minute in, you get a check break. You can, if you get a couple picks, just run that Rainmaker for like 20 more points. It's going to be pretty solid, but CC is getting rushed down by Coach on that Zipcaster. The Crab Tank from Funny is going to be popped just to try and shut down Isabel, but the Rainmaker gets picked off by Echo, I believe, who managed to shark their way up past the Crab Tank, past the Zipcaster to top mid, and now we're in a bit of a stalemate here with Unkutupe trying to just break this check.
Yeah, and right now Akuchuper are in possession of the Rainmaker, but they lost two players. They're forced away. They lose everything. Rusty Meta, so powerful when they start getting the splats. They get all of them. Lulu right there with the brush, slapping that Rainmaker shield to make it pop. And right now, Rusty Meta are going to re-grab and are going to go for more points.
Yeah, the heavy edit also went down. There's your 52 gal. The only player left standing is the Crab Tank. Funny's going to be able to shut down Coach on that, but CC's still here to provide that backup, provide some more jumps in. Funny is left all by their lonesome and now has to just dance around, find their way out. Is able to successfully, but Isabel's going to pop that slider to give the pop advantage, and also fighting free, just trying to stall for as long as possible for the rest of Rusty Meta to be able to move. But Tony is already fighting on top mid. CC has to back off. Nobody is safe from this 52 gal. Just constantly moving around. Isabel is finally able to shut them down, but Coach comes in right back there with the Zipcaster and ends up trading out Isabel. Now Echo and Lulu are in a bit of an interesting spot here around top mid. Lulu actually runs the Rainmaker forwards all the way down to 29 points. What an incredible play there. Great heads up decision making, knowing nobody's looking there. That is exactly what you want to see if you're Rusty Meta.
Yeah, and Akuchuper, who still haven't gotten their checkpoint, right now are back with the Rainmaker, but struggling to push in. Funny activating the Crab is not enough because there's a splat on the Rainmaker. 2 down on Rusty Meta, which means Akuchuper has a lot of control, but that control is short-lived when Lulu activates the hammer. And right now, Akuchuper are getting splatted and set back to spawn.
Yeah, Lulu has been making so many just fantastic plays for this Rusty Meta team, whether it's running the Rainmaker forwards, creating a lot of space with the Ultra Stamp. On that initial push as well, or on the second push, they were able to find a pick onto the, I believe, heavy edit, and that really opened things up, snowballed the game, and forced Funny to kind of drop on the Crab Tank to kind of push forwards. And we're seeing it happen yet again. Isabel and Lulu just making so much space for this Rainmaker. Everybody is going to go down, though, and Unkutuper is going to finally have an opportunity here with a lot of map control set up. Funny is already on top of mid with the Crab Tank. Finds a pick on the Echo. That's really big. No missiles. Lulu's also down. No brush to flank. Sko's able to make a run for that Rainmaker check and immediately try and pop it. This game is not over, Pat.
It is certainly not. Kote going in, but getting splatted before they could get close to the lead. It's a wipeout in favor of Rusty Meta, and with 30 seconds left in the game, Sig, Rusty Meta know, but they don't need to grab the Rainmaker. All they need to do is paint around, make sure that nothing is left unpainted, that there's no sneaky play to do for Akuchiper. And Isabel is simply going to shark next to the Rainmaker as Akuchiper is running for it. Oh, Isabel is going to reset it just in the last second. That's still a push for Kuchiper.
It is. You're still able to get that Rainmaker, get that pop. Sko has it, but now you're down a tactical. You're down quite a few players as everybody on Uncoteper was trying to rush forwards and make a lot of space. Maybe find that pick on Isabel before she grabbed the Rainmaker and died with it. But now you're in a really rough spot, down 2 players to 3. The missiles are coming through, forcing Sko all the way back. Lulu's on this right-hand side around top mid, pops the hammer, looking for anything, not able to find it as 2 players are able to shut that down. But now your timer is down to 30 seconds on Sko here. Funny's going to have to go massive with this Crab Tank. It might actually just be what they need. Isabel's just trying to dash in, make a last-second play for that Rainmaker, but Sko's able to stay alive. Lulu, they're not aware of the flank. Lulu's just running out the Rainmaker. There's no play. There's no available. Oh my god, now there's nobody to defend. Isabel's back up in time, but it's not enough as this Flash Roll is able to not provide enough cover. And Rusty Meta just barely hang on in game 1 here.
1 point. 1 point of difference in the end. That's how close it was. Rusty Meta win this first game, but I mean, that ending was absolutely everything was thrown by both of these teams to get the victory there. And in the end, Rusty Meta living off of the points they built up throughout the game. But I mean, it was not that easy. It was just one drop of ink away from being a victory for Kuchiper.
Wow, I mean, that really could have gone either, especially at the end. You had all 3 players just making a lot of headroom for Sko on that Rainmaker. And whether it was like the wall just a little bit too far to the left, I think that's probably part of what it was on this OT here from Tody. Yeah, it was just there for the Isabel fight. If Sko just moves a little bit to the left there, that is a completely different game we're talking about. If that happens, we're just singing the praises of Uncoteper and just how clutch they are. But Rusty Meta able to hold on. Really a smart stall there from Isabel as well. Able to pick up that Rainmaker, found a way to drop it into just resetting and buying a ton of time for the defense. Excellent work. We're moving on to Clam Blitz now. A little bit of a slower mode. You know, you can't drop down to 70 points in the first minute quite as easily here. And also, we're going to see a lot more pencil. Rusty Meta is going to have a field day with that, especially for CC.
Yeah. We're going on Museum. It was not on that mode, but that was the map where Rusty Meta dropped a game in winners semifinals. So they should pay attention, especially with Kuchiper very much eager to get the games, to get some control. We'll see how they're able to do right there. And doesn't look like they're really changing their comp. Same for Rusty Meta. The comps are set. It's going to be about the coordination and the speed now.
These seem incredibly confident. We already see 2 dropping left, just looking for a little bit of a fight, but nobody's able to find anything just yet. As I say, the 1-for-1 on both sides. Luna for Tetra. Echo's just trying to make space for Lulu to try and distract Tody and Funny here. Funny's just backing off close to that Crab Tank, I assume. The missiles are popped by Echo. And now we're in a bit of a rough spot here for Uncoteper. They do have a little bit of positioning disadvantage as Funny is able to find Isabel, but unfortunately, 2 players end up going down here. Funny is able to pop that crab tank, put a lot of pressure on CC. CC might actually have to end up jumping out here, but Lulu is behind, applying so much pressure on this crab tank, providing jumps as well. The hammer doesn't even find anything, though. It's Funny is just doing everything for Unkutapera right now. Toady is now behind on the plat, just pushing forwards. Isabel trying to fight that out, but you need to hit 4 shots. That Goblin needs to hit 2, and CC forced to reset as Rusty Meta is down 2 to 4 players.
Yeah, right now both teams still fighting for control. Unkutapera are on that platform preparing the Super Clam, but they're not able to get in yet. Oh wait, 2 down. On to Rusty Meta, they have the control, but they're not in. Oh, they lose the clams. Rusty Meta, incredible defense by them. They're gonna make a Super Clam as they retake full control of their platform.
Absolutely stalwart. Echo jumping the gun just a little bit there on the offense. Actually provided a room for Toady to find another pick before getting traded out by CC. Lulu, though, with this hammer, is going to just continue to make space on this ramp, try and just draw as many eyes as possible, maybe distract them from Isabel on that Tetra, which finds 1. Looking for a second with that reach slide, it gets traded out, but 2 players are down inside of Unkutapera. Lulu's looking for that 3rd, just dancing around. Funny can't track it, and now it's just the last player left in around that box, and Echo's able to find the frag. Now with a lot of clams in favor of Rusty Meta, they're looking to score just a little bit more, but actually opting for that power clam, just trying to play it safe. You know, went down a few players here. Everybody from Unkutapera is back, and so Rusty Meta are just going to take that first power clam and reset to mid. They have still a lot of paint, but Lulu ends up going down and Funny pops a crab, and that's putting them in a bit of a rough spot here, Pat.
I mean, we've had so much happening just for 20 points to be scored, and as I say that, 3 players down onto Rusty Meta. Unkutapera are back on the platform. They need to make a Super Clam. They have it. They open, and that's going to be a lead swap for Unkutapera, who are still around the basket. But wait, no, they're out. They only took the lead by 1 clam sig, and that's going to be the end of that push.
And for the amount of action happening, you'd expect us to, like, just be down to about 40 points left for both teams, but no, we've only had, you know, 3 players able to score, with 2 with the power clam and 1 with the normal, and Isabel making so much space with that reef slide. I love that play. That is so smart, and that's another lead swap for Rusty Meta. Now we're starting to score a little bit more. Already down to 55 points. Echo has a little bit more. They're looking for it. Toady just run right past. And now with multiple players down, it's just CC left. Echo is able to jump in and dances, maybe finding Sko. Yes, you can. And resets to mid. There is one behind. Are you sure they're aware? No, you're not. Echo ends up going down here. And this Luna Blaster now has a ton of real estate over on this ramp.
Yeah, there's 2 Super Clams for Unkutapera. They're going to need these Super Clams in order to get back the lead. Funny activating the crab tank, pummeling all of the platform. It's working pretty well, but the rest of the team is not able to stay on the map right now. Skokse is going to be sent back to spawn with the rest of the team. Rusty Meta going into that last minute are confirming their lead and are back on the platform.
Yeah, already in a scoring position again. However, they are several players down. Toady also finds a window, tosses that wall down, gets another pick, and stays alive, most importantly, forcing 2 members to turn and look, providing a lot of space. Lulu, though, is able to find Sko. Echo jumps out just barely with that tactic cooler, and Rusty Meta have to reset. Now, they're perfectly fine with giving all of that up, still have a lot of control in top mid. The crab tank is popped, though, and they're not really close to missiles, but Funny ends up dropping. What a bomb toss from Echo, I think that was. And now you just fully sacrifice all of your mid control if you're Unkutapera, and you don't really have that much to work with. No power clam. Outside of maybe a pity, unless they've already picked it up. Coach has to opt for a shark here to maybe find something, but Isabel, using that Tetra mobility, is able to find that trade, and then 1 more from, I believe, CC, and this might be the nail in the coffin for this game.
Yeah, Rusty Meta in control of mid right now in these last 10 seconds. They're gonna reopen the basket, looking to get maybe more points. They won't get more points, that Super Clam will not go in, but there won't be overtime. Rusty Meta dominating that second game, and not letting Unkutapera getting the comeback opportunity this time.
Yeah, I mean, they had a couple of opportunities, but excellent place. I think that was a bomb, was it? Onto Funny's crab tank towards the end of the game. Funny really made a lot of fantastic plays at the end of last game and at the start of this one, too, where just constantly making space, really providing a lot of utility with that Crab Tank and the Burst Bomb chip for the rest of Uncooked to play around. But immediately, Rusty Meta were able to adapt to that, kind of shut down whatever the Crab Tank was trying to be set up, whether that was through missiles or through just forcing them to turn. They're really, really good at that, especially with the Ink Brush and the Tetra Dualies. You're constantly fighting from all these angles against super mobile weapons, and Crab Tank can oftentimes struggle. I really like how Rusty Meta were able to take care of that. Now, moving on to Tower Control Haggle, a little bit more of a linear map, but I think they have an opportunity to do it again here, get some funny plays going.
Yeah, Rusty Meta right now able to get the 2-1 game away from grand finals. And Couture are back to the wall. Going into tower control, they will need these grab tanks to work. They will need to avoid the bombs that stop them in their track right now. And I mean, they've got to winners finals for a reason. We've seen them able to bring the fight to Rusty Meta, to really answer the call. Now they need to do that for a whole game. They need to get momentum and push the tower forward.
And they will definitely make use of a lot of different aspects of TC. First off, just the shorter range of heavy edit. I think it'll be much better about dancing around the tower, just, trading off that shorter range for the mobility and just the better TTK. It may not be able to pressure forwards or defensively as well, but first off, your tower edit will stay alive for longer. Second off, the Crab Tank, again from Funny, so strong, unbelievably powerful and potent on this map. You have so many different places you can pop it and find a lot of chip damage, force a lot of different players out, whether it's from sort of the middle of the map, on tower, on that glass canopy if you manage to find your way up there, or even on that weird little right-hand side sort of little elevated part of the map. I don't quite know the call out for it, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about here when I mentioned that. A lot of different places where that Crab Tank can be useful.
Yeah.
I want to see how Rusty Meta deals with it. They've done so well so far with just answering the Crab Tank. It's really up to just also the rest of the team stepping up. Coach, Toady really need to find their picks here.
Yeah, and pay attention to the Luna on tower control. The good blaster deals a lot of damage, can really turn the tides of the game. That could be the thing that gives the edge to Couture. But right now, Rusty Meta are opening strong. They get splatted. Both of their front lines are out, and Funny activates the crab on the tower to push forward. Is going to fall off of it with Tommy Echo behind everybody. Oh, very nice punish. And right now, it's Couture getting to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, a couple of really tough picks for Rusty Meta here, but Lulu's able to shut down the Luna Blaster on the Zipcaster here as Echo is able to fight that tower. This pro has been fighting so much. We just saw it behind. Now we're seeing it directly contesting tower at the Sploosha-matic range as a Splattershot pro. Echo is doing a ton, especially with these missiles as well, just making a really fierce fighting combo with the rest of the team. There's Reef Slider comes in, finds a lot of damage on the Toady, but not quite any picks. The Hammer, though, is going to be able to find two, and Coach and Funny are the last ones left. The lead swaps as the check is broken by Rusty Meta. It's just Isabel left on this tower. Coach is trying to contest. Sko is there as well, actually, and finds Isabel, but Lulu's able to jump in and get out just in time. I just realized, though, Sko switched over to the pencil for that extra range.
Yeah.
Super, super important on this map, especially with when fighting for that mid-control.
Yeah, this map is so wide, so open. A pencil is incredibly important for the team. And right now, Couture have lost 2 players as they are trying to push the tower. It's not going to work. Rusty Meta is back in control. I mean, Rusty Meta, they're constantly flanking to... There is constantly a player from Rusty Meta behind enemy lines creating chaos. And it's working so well for them. 2 down on Couture. Make that 3, and Rusty Meta are going to push the tower forward again. There's no first checkpoint, which means they are cruising to the second one.
Absolutely, and CC is just, hugging that pole, just trying to stay covered from Sko's pencil here. Isabel is able to jump in, find one with that Reef Slider, but ends up getting traded out. Only about 9 points extra on that push, but you'll take every point that you can get. And still, we have Echo on this pro, just hiding around, just ratting that left side a little bit. The missiles come through for an extra fight, able to help get those trades out. But now Isabel and Lulu are both down. You have to rely on just stabilizing. CC here getting pressured by Coach, but Coach is able to find that trade on that jump in, but immediately goes down with the Zipcaster, and it is turning rough pretty quick as soon as Ngutapere gets back to mid here.
Right now, Couture are fighting well, but not fighting well enough. They get sent back to spawn, and that's the power of having the lead, of having more momentum, and knowing you can't do more mistakes right now. Oh, that's a delayed wipe, thanks to that hammer by Lulu. And Rusty Meta are pushing in again, maintaining so much presence. They are at the second checkpoint now, and they look like there's nobody to really defend it.
No, nobody's really in position. The front lines have been doing a fantastic job on the side of Rusty Meta. Isabel making more space with that Reef Slider, actually finding another pick on the funny. Lulu is going to have to jump on this tower, but is just opting to rush at the pencil. Let's go down as Echo rotates over from that right-hand side, juggles that tower with Isabel, and goes all the way down to 13 points, about halfway through that second or that third checkpoint. And Lulu's still hungry for more with that hammer. Not quite able to find anything with the hammer toss, but still in a very precarious spot for Ngutapere to kind of deal with here. They're going to have to deal with now Isabel too in the jump in. Tony finds one, looking for that second on the left, gets it. That's everything cleared, and now Ngutapere finally has an opportunity to kind of move forwards, get past that first couple of checks, and maybe close in on the lead in this last minute.
Yeah, huge move right there. And Couture are still in the game, but they need to push, they need to get control, they need to splat Lulu, but they can't. Lulu too fast in the dodges right there. And Couture are still at that checkpoint with a few players. The hammer is coming! The hammer is not going to find the splat, and the checkpoint is broken, but there's 15 seconds left, which means Couture need to keep going. Lulu's still there, still around, and it's a wipe out. That's game and set, and a ticket for grand finals for Rusty Meta.
I can't believe we're seeing a Tetra duel in grand finals of a paddling pool. This is the first time in quite a while that that weapon has really seen representation out here in Europe, especially at the top level. Isabel being one of the best of them. Really impressive stuff, and with a really fun to watch comp too. Fantastic plays all around from Rusty Meta. They complete that sweep of Ngutapere, and man, that was a rough game from start to finish.
Yeah, Isabel, we're glad to see you back in the game, showing us how to play Tetras. And incredible performance by Rusty Meta, who just won 3-0 and really taking control of all three of this game. The first one was tense, the first one was hard, but in the end Rusty Meta showed us why they are not that rusty actually, and very much eager to do more in this tournament. We're not going to see more of them yet because we have to watch some of the lower bracket before we watch Grands, Sig.
I believe we're going to lower bracket semifinals after this, which we are still waiting on a couple of sets. Pathway versus SNV at 11, and then High versus SNV at 15. So after those sets, we will be back right at you after the short break.
Come follow me. I'll show you the side of the world, the places that you've never seen. Come follow me. Come follow me. I'll show you the side of yourself, the person that you've always been, but never dreamed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 327. I'm Sig Dakari. Joining me on the mic today is Pat. And Pat, we've got ourselves a rematch for loser semifinals.
Yes. We managed to dodge this on the winners bracket, but we get to cast two teams that have almost the same name. It's Stick and Vape at 11 going against Stick and Vape at 15. So I guess we're gonna call them 11-15.
Yep, this time they're meeting in a best of 3 instead of a best of 5. Last time we went to 5 games. Who knows what will be in store for this one? You know, my money's on it going 3, but you know, unfortunately, you can't gamble on Splatoon unless it's channel points, and that's probably for the best.
Yes.
But we're kicking things off on Mako Mart really quickly. I believe 15 has, if I recall correctly, a Tetra player from the Tetra Mirror matchup in Winter Semis earlier today. I don't remember a lot of what 11 plays.
Well, we haven't seen them on stream, but I mean, they're top player. They are seed number 1 with a lot of possibilities in what they can do. Be careful. They're certainly a force to reckon with, and I mean, they've had time to think about how 15 managed to beat them on winner's side. We'll see if they're able to do the same again. Now, as you said, there's the Tetras on the side of 15, and Dark Tetras with the Reef Slider are a very, very good option for Mako Mart, because you can retake the zone instantly with its plus shape.
Absolutely, that has been a point of contention for many people. You know, a lot of discussion has been around Reef Slider. It's not quite on Tetra, more so on Dreadwolf recently, but we are moving into the game. There's that Tetra dually with a Stamper and Splash instead of the Pro and Brush that we saw in Winners Finals. And then, well, I mean, the Pro's still in the game. I believe that's Kara playing it, and Slurp is back on that Slosher.
Yeah, we'll see how these two teams can do right now. The opening fight leaves the Tetras to the side. They're gonna get cornered and splatted, but the rest of the team is still in there. It's 2 players down on 11. 15 is going to take early control right there.
Yep, already early control of that zone, ticking down fast. Nobody's really able to grab Cooler on the side of 11 here, and Kiki is already moving pretty far forward, just trying to create a lot of space, fill that hole of, you know, a player sharking the ledges, but gets cleared out immediately by Orgirl 42 on that Sea Blast. The pencil is in a bit of a rough spot here as they end up dropping. I believe that was Seb on the pen, and now I believe 11 got a retake and just applied a little bit of penalty, and they keep going for a second. I thought it was just a little bit dodgy, just, you know, with the zone getting immediately flipped, but it was just the splash left. And now we see a couple of picks, 3 going in favor of 11 here underneath the ledges. This Slosher Blaster combo is just so strong at poking under these, and it's very hard to clear for 15.
Yeah, 11 has taken control over the zone, over the map right now. 15 trying to get their way back in there. You heard a Zipcaster, but ooh, that's a nice trade right there. Only the Tetra is in, and the Reef Slider is not enough to take the zone. The Reef Slider doesn't take the zone, and suddenly 11 are looking at a KO, Sig.
Yeah, they're staring down the barrel of it. Both the Tetra and the Sword need to find a lot of picks. 2 going down on both sides. Nobody's still contesting the zone. Slurp not able to jump out in time. This Zipcaster is going to need to just recap everything, but with all the jumps coming through, it's barely going over to 15. As trades happen left, right, and center. 15 hold on. They're not fully out of the woods just yet, though, as the zone still keeps getting neutralized. Hasn't been flipped just yet by 11, but it's only a matter of time, and Seb is the only player left. Kiki tries to drop down after grabbing that Cooler, forces a jump, finds another pick, gets 2 actually for the retake, but the strikes come through, and that's going to provide a lot of trouble. Tons of chip, just forcing everybody to dance around on the side of 15. 11 still have a pretty solid foothold here, especially with those Tenna missiles. They're going to look to push with that. Kira finds one onto the Tetra player, and now 15 have fully completed the retake and finding the pick onto Kira for good measure.
Yeah, 15 able to take full control, and with the crab tank right now, they will extend that control. That crab tank could give them the lead. 11 looking for a way in. The pencil not able to punish yet, as all of 15 is defending strong. Just a few more ticks left. 10 ticks is all they need. As 11 is not able to find their way forward. The strikes are coming in. They're coming too late. They're able to take the zone, but the lead was taken. These two teams are still coming back and forth, Sigdakari.
No, that was I thought it was curtains there for 11, but 15 is going to be able to get that retake back and find a couple of picks. They're looking to get this hold, and they want to KO now. Already down to 35-ish penalty points left, with a splashdown ready just as a pop in case anybody gets a little antsy on the side of 15 and drops just like that Tetra. But the Tetra is going to be able to find one, stays alive through the splashdown, has the Reef Slider out there ready. The Crab Tank is also being popped, but so are the strikes as an answer. The Reef Slider goes forwards past that zone looking for a few, but the Reef Slider cannot damage over those corners. Kara's able to find that pick, as that was quite the interesting fight, but the zone is still contested. Nobody is capped just yet. It looks like 15 are going to apply another massive penalty to 11 here, as well as all the picks. The Blaster's gone. It's just this pencil yet again, and they're going to be forced to jump out for another successful retake by 15.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the retake. 15 using everything they have are managing to really win the fight, not only apply penalty, but really take control of the game. 40 seconds left in here, and the strikes are coming to recap for 11. 11 coming in. The Crab Tank is punished by the splashdown, but able still to survive and dance around. That's a lot of time won, but 11 are going to take control, and because we are so far in, there isn't that much penalty left. 30 ticks is all that's left onto 11 between them and the lead.
And you have to imagine that 11 is also pretty close to those specials. You have no pen on or no cooler up on the side of 15 here for quite a while as they go down yet again. It's only about 3 seconds left. That's OT. That's the lead swap just at the end. We don't even need overtime, and 11 are going to be taking that first game. What a back and forth there, Pat. Just constantly fighting. But the AoE was able to win out in the end for SNV at 11.
Yeah, each team, when they were pushing incredibly hard and taking not just control over the zone, taking control over the whole map, forcing the other team to regroup in their spawn and prepare a push with all of their specials. That's all it took, which meant we had pushes. They were in the single digit right away. Both teams in their first push got to 7 and 5, and then it was about playing off of these huge pushes that these teams were able to get. In the end, 15 got the better hold, was able to stay on top, but that was very close.
Absolutely. Nail biter towards the end. But 11 just able to clutch up that Crab Tank punish from the splashdown. Excellent work from the Blaster. I don't quite recall who that was. I would assume it's Kira or Aaron, maybe. I don't know. It could be any of them. I'm not really sure who's who outside of Slurp.
Yeah.
So, they're switching over to the Vanilla Blaster, though, and the Sticker Stamper with that Booyah Bomb going into Clan Blitz on Barnacle and Dime here.
Yeah, it's all about taking control of the space, and both the Booyah Bomb and the Bubbler can do that, allow you to stay in the same spot longer. On Clan Blitz, it is very important, especially in Barnacle, where taking control of the opponent's basket area takes a lot of takes specials. It's very demanding for both teams. Right now, it's 2 down on 15. It looks like 11 are going to take a lot of control over the map, but it's not just about the paint on the ground, it's also about the clams, and they don't have many clams in their hands, Sig.
No, the economy is really hurting on both sides right now. Nobody's quite able to pick up a lot of clams. However, there are a couple specials up ready just to kind of take some space here. The Booyah Bomb already being popped from 15. The Reef Slider's ready. No big bubbler up anymore on the side of 11. They have missiles though, but how useful are those going to be when you're backing up and not really able to play off of those missiles? Looks like it'll be just fine though if they're able to find a pick with it, and looking for just a little bit more. This Tetra is dancing around though, looking for a pick maybe onto the pen, turns around immediately for that splash, trades out, but 3 players a full wipeout on the side of SMV at 11, and SMV at 15 now have a power claim, and Kiki with this crab tank is going to be putting in work as long as these strikes don't tear it apart.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 15 taking the control. They have the super clam, and with the Booyah Bomb, they open the basket. It's 2v2. More clams are flying in. 15 will get to 65 as the Tetras are still jumping back in and jumping out again right away. I mean, it's a nice first push. It's enough to really make a dent in the opponent's points, and right now with 3 minutes left in the game, 11 know that they need to make a push now.
Yeah, and I mean, a great start to that push is finding everybody that isn't the pencil of 7.
Whoa.
Eventually finding Seb too, as 6 clams on this pencil here make that a 7th. They already have a power clam ready, but they're looking to just completely take that lead immediately with these 2. No specials really to kind of speak of here, except for that big bubbler pop immediately. Doesn't get anything more than just 1 of the power clams. The pencil is just dashing forward, making a mad dash. Second, we're down to 40 points remaining somehow for SNV at 11. How on earth do you do that? There's no universe, even if you're fighting a pencil, where you should be able to dash back and forth, and not get tap shotted 3 times.
Okay, 15 panicked right there. They really panicked completely and let 11 get away with absolute murder. What a play by 11 to take the lead. All their super clams going in there. That's incredible. But 15 are still in the game, are still fighting hard for mid right now, and they have the super clam, they have the Booyah Bomb flying in to take control. 2 down onto 11. It looks like 15 are back in attacking positions.
Yeah, they have a lot of map control here, but that Tetra immediately goes down. Nobody's really able to contest. 1 for 1, though, the Slosher does end up dropping. Kira does have those missiles, able to pop it on maybe 3. No, just opting for the 2 on that platform for the rest of the team to fight it out. Slurp is able to just move forwards with them a little bit. Goes down though, but it's 2v3 in favor of SMV at 11. They're still able to hold on, but as we close into this last minute, it's 2 players down for the side of SMV at 15. 11 are still holding on tight. Seb is going to have to jump out here and just opt for a more defensive position. 11 are still pressing the gas here, Pat, and they have just not stopped, even when they were, in a bit of a rougher spot.
Yeah, 11 very much attacking, getting the splat 3 down onto 15. The basket is going to be reopened, and they have a lot of clams. Kira dies with 7 though. That Reef Slider is causing damage as the strikes are coming in. It looks like 11 are able to get more splats and extend their lead. Sig, we only need 1 more super clams, but 11 are out of clams right now, which means 15 will get to breathe a little bit, but they're not able to win the fight. 11 is still right there.
Aura Girl 42 has just completely shut out any opportunity that SNV at 15 had of getting back into this game. Now everybody from 11 is up and ready to fight. 2 players down again on the side of 15. Kiki can't really move, is trying to do their best, but a power claim comes in, ending overtime. And SNV 11 get that revenge set and book themselves a ticket to losers finals.
Yes, that's a 2-0 for Steam Vamping 11 right there. Very, very nice play by them. They, as you said, they get their revenge, they get to move forward. I mean, they are seed number 1, and 15 managed to get the upset on them, managed to make that bleed, but right there we see 11 getting back, being more patient, and of course getting that incredible move right there with the pencil, getting a splat using the Tacticooler for speed and protection, and then with that Tacticooler buff dodging every single shot to put the 2 balls in the basket.
Excellent work from SNV15. They showed, we may stumble once, but we will never, fully fall over until the final hurdle. And, that 2-0 was close a few times, but they were able to clean up when they needed to. They are moving on to play Uncotope in the lower bracket finals after this short break.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 327. I am Pat here, still with Sig the Carry, to watch these two teams that we've seen already, a lot of them. It's going to be un Coutuper plus their coach going against SNV at 11. Sig, we're back in best of 5. We're back to a lot of games to see which of these teams is going to move back into grand finals.
Oh yeah, you already know, but we're kicking things off. We may be back to best of 5s. We are still running the same map that we just left off on. English is a fun language, dude. Oh my goodness. Anyways, we're going back to the map that we just saw Sneak and Vape at 11 win on, which was Clan Blitz on Barnacle and Dime. That is the Tri-Strike Rapid Blaster.
Yeah, that rapid. It's not the rapid blaster we used to see, but these strikes can take control of the ground. And on this map, a good blaster is very much a force to reckon with, because it can fire above that tiny wall that Toddy is hiding behind right there. And we see both teams trying to get control, trying to get the clams, as I already see the grab tank coming. And yeah, it looks like one tap still. Oh wait, it's 2 vs 2 as SNV are taking control, are pushing in, and are getting a lot of ground. They are on top of their opponent's spawn platform right now.
Yeah, and this heavy edit already has made a good amount of space here, charging up a second cooler as well. Once that happens, you have to imagine this is the real go button, but the strikes and the big bubble already come through. Same thing with that power clan. It looks like that Takai Teo is not going to opt to pop that top cooler until, like, basically right when they get out. Kira is trying to just hold as much space as possible, but it leaves just the heavy edit left against 2 players, and is able to fight that. Nora goes down to Funny, but Slurp is there as well. Slurp ends up dropping. Funny is just fragging out on this splash, and the crab tank is going to force Takateo all the way out. Now in a bit of a rough spot for SMV at 11 here, now that they're down a couple players.
Yeah, SMD 11, they got the early lead, but ooh, 2 down onto Coutuper. It looks like SMD will take more and more control. They're not stopping Sig, and they still have a few clams on them right now. Not enough to get a ball yet, but they are getting there, as all of Coutuper are defending, using their special simply to move SMD away from here. But SMD are still around, getting a huge splat. That's 3 down, and they're gonna get a super clam as they get the delayed wipe and open the basket once again.
This scoring is opened even further, already down to 50 points. Slurp has the strikes to maybe just stall it even further, finds a pick on the coach. Looks like they're just hunting for a little bit more. This heavy edit is trying to look for this kill onto this player on the right-hand side. Able to find it, but the barrier goes back up. The scoring just got for just a little bit. Skull is really the only one in position to directly contest, and it looks like they're going to be able to just find a little bit of chip, just stall, wait for the rest of the team. Takaiteo does have 4 clams here, and the power clam at the ready, and with 3 players down, they're looking for another one. That is 3 power clams for Takaiteo, and I mean, we're already down to 47 points. It has looked all like SNV at 11's game, just all run so far.
And that's a wipeout for Coutuper. They get to breathe a little bit, and they're already next to a basket, taking control. Funny has the crab tank ready. This could give them the space, but no, Funny gets splatted. That's 2 down on Coutuper. They don't get to keep their super clam. Huge, incredible respawn by 11, who are now back in control. I mean, Coutuper are still around, but can they save that super clam? Can they open the basket? It looks pretty tired. Tony is going to open it, but now they're out of clams already. They're not going to get the lead with that. They have to fight their way to stay here, Sig.
Yeah, and they're grabbing some of the claims, they're rotating. They still have a lot of space, just gave up a little bit of pit, but Funny is here, forcing 2 members to drop and maybe jump out. Kira is in a bit of a tough spot here, also is forced to jump out. Now Sko isn't quite close to a power clam, but the rest of the team is making a ton of space, has that power clam ready to score at whenever ready. It looks like they're going to try and get that crab tank shredded just to get that power clam score, but it's not going to be the case. As Sko drops as well. Toady is the only one left and actually ends up getting wiped out by SMD at 11. And again, with 30 seconds left, this is a very, very difficult lead to take back, especially when you have 2 power clams and a couple of specials here on the side of SMD at 11.
Yeah, and right there, we have another opening of the basket by 11, who are going to jump in with the Super Clam. They get it in! This could be a KO! They get the KO! They don't want to the overtime with 6 seconds left in the game. They shut it down. That's a game 1 for Stink and Vape at 11.
What a solid game from them. Even when they got scored on, it didn't feel like they let things get too out of hand for themselves. Unkutaper kind of struggled, even like when they got the scoring going, just not able to extend the play really at all. They constantly were just going members down, trying to fight, and then at the very end, they let the big bubbler get in, get those power clam jumps. Kira with that KO as well. SMD 11 played a very, very solid game here, and I don't know. It was just a very I don't know what else to say other than solid stuff. Great fighting, and maybe the Rapid was a bit of a struggle pick. You know, the strikes are solid on it, but I don't really know how it functions there otherwise.
Yeah. And Couture, they had a big push. They stayed under the basket for so long, but because they lost a lot of players early into that push, they didn't have clams to follow up, and they didn't turn all the control, all the fights into points, and right there they paid the price. I mean, SMD 11 were very much in control of most of that game and coming back stronger and stronger each time. They got game number 1, but Couture are certainly not done. Going into tower control on Makomat, there's still a lot of work to do. They have an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be an incredibly tough uphill battle. SMV at 11 have 2 AoE weapons in that Slosher and in that Blaster, both incredibly potent, where those AoE weapons can really just hit around the tower, play around a lot of ledges created by the map of Mako Mart especially, and also around the tower. And so Unkutaper need to get creative here. They need to find ways to kind of deal with that. And I'm just wondering what kind of the game plan is, because Skull might be switching off have Headed here to Pencil as well.
Yeah, I mean, on this map, I'm not sure if Pencil is the best. I mean, Heavy Edit can use these walls and to really use that to their advantage. This is a good map for a Splatling. Now, here comes Coach using the Luna Blaster. We have a blaster on each side, and you know how important blasters can be on tower control, especially on Makomat with all of these legends and with the control of the stacks determining usually who gets the momentum.
Yeah, already the opening pick going over to Unkutaper. Looking for a little bit more. Aaron actually ends up going down here. Kaiteo, though, is going to be able to find a pick. 2 players down, 3 players down inside of Unkutaper. The push is not very long-lived, as Sko is the last player. Delayed wipeout and is constantly being staggered by the rest of 11 here. Toady drops, looking for a little bit, but just peeks out past that wall a little bit too much. Aaron here, though, able to get that big bubbler after Slurp gets traded out here. And Funny is kind of in that bottom left, just doing their own thing, just making a little bit of space and making life just all that much more difficult for SMD at 11, but it's not going to matter. Unkutaper is having a rough go at it until Coach just rushes the tower, finds one, and just stalls a little bit more of SMD at 11's push.
Yeah, and right now, SMD are on top of snipe with the heavy edit. That's the power of a good Splatling using the wall right there. They're going to the second checkpoint, but all of Kutuper are still in there, ready for the fight. The missiles are flying, but Funny activates the crab tank. Funny is, you look to the side right there, that's pretty rough. 11 are pushed away, but Kutuper had to use most of their specials to get back into mid, Sig.
Yeah, they don't really have that much to work on, but I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about tower control. You get specials so quickly in this mode. We already see the whale back up for Nkutupea, as well as the strikes from Slurpchat on the side of SMV at 11. Takaiteo is going to be pushing up, finds one, looking for that second, traded out. So much happening on their right-hand side in terms of action. Now it's Splatling on Splatling. Sko is going to have to jump out here as Slurp is able to pressure. The crab tank gets popped though from Funny, just trying to stall this push a little bit more. Nkutupea have done a solid job so far at preventing this push from going and getting too out of hand, to that second check or further. But they haven't really been able to get offense going of their own. They've constantly been popping specials on their side of the map, and it really hasn't been going well. Sko's trying to find something, finds one on the Kara. Slurp looking to do the exact same thing on the flank, stays alive, but gets a lot of chip damage, has those strikes, opts to back off and stay alive to use them. The big bubbler gets popped right in front of the tower. Aaron just dancing around, finding one more pick, and Nkutupea, again, they are just having such a difficult time at getting anything going here, Pat.
Yeah, even when their players down, S&D 11 are able to maintain presence right now. Huge fight, 2 down onto 11, but there's going to be someone from 11 to maintain the presence, to not let the tower move forward. Look at Kutuper, they're forced to feint around, wait for the problem, and Kira appearing out of nowhere right now. It's 3 down, 30 is alone with the Gao, able to get 1, able to get 2, but not able to get 3. 11 are still in control. Nora coming around and moving with that blasters. And oh no!
That's tragic.
That's so rough.
And now it's going to be an even further uphill battle for Nkutupea. Not only having to deal with a 40-point deficit, but also a disconnect, playing in a permanent 3v4. But with constant staggering, it's really just not looking good for them. It looks like Tony is just fully given up at this point, just standing still AFK, and I think they're just letting the game KO at this point. As Aaron and Takaiteo are riding that tower, Kira and Tody are just hanging out on stack now, and SMV at 11 go up 2-0.
That's a sad 2-0 for S&D 11, who, I mean, they were in the lead and they had good control over the map. We didn't really see Nkutupea really finding a way to push onto them to get really the control they wanted. But they were getting stronger and stronger. They were answering each fight. They were still in the game. They still had the opportunity. And as you said, on tower control, all you need is one push. It can snowball very fast with the special advantage right there. But Nkutupea will not get that opportunity right now. That's a 2-0 for S&D 11, who are now 1 game away from Grands.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Nkutupea could get a push going there, right before the disconnect happened, realistically. They had a couple of solid positions. They were able to get some fights going their way, but, I mean, we pay $20 a year, guys, right? But we're moving over to Rainmaker on Scorch for Game 3.
It's part of the game, and this is why you should check your connection, make sure you're wired and ready to go. We'll see whether Nkutupea can get their player back into the room. It looks like they're back in. We'll have a game 3. It will be, as you said, on Scorch Gorge for Rainmaker. Rainmaker, a dangerous game mode, but very much the game mode where you can get the comeback, where you can build momentum, and Nkutupea will need all they can to get past that checkpoint and of course get up that ramp that usually decides the game.
Absolutely. I mean, just the issue though on this map is getting past that down ramp after the checkpoint. After you after you get to there, I mean, you're in one of the hardest spots to push in the game. You need to find so many picks, really play slow for your specials, and get and really just get all the picks that you can, and hope that you don't end up dying on the Rainmaker. Is all that's happening. A very difficult map to push on once you get past that first checkpoint. But if you can, that lead just drops immediately.
Yeah, it's very much the deal. Like, once you're past that checkpoint, you have to take control over that whole new area that was blocked by a wall. If you're able to take it, you get 30 points for free. If you can't get it, you're out. The opponent pushes you out and they get to re-grab the Rainmaker. We'll see which team is able to do that right now. SNV at 11. I mean, they've showed us control, they've shown us speed. And Coutuper, they need to stop that. They need to find a way to create the surprise if they want to get back in the game. And without further ado, let's get right in there.
Now, I'm curious to see what we're going to see now. Coach on the third blaster of the set, third new one on that Rapid Pro Deco. Opting for a little bit more range here, just trying to play for that chip damage. Definitely great at pressuring the Rainmaker. Works really well with that Crab Tank. I kind of like it. And that is Tony on Respawn Punisher Gal is also quite the interesting choice here. You don't see it, and I'm a little curious as to why the Respawn Punisher is there. I mean, I guess really banking on the fact that you're getting a lot of kills, and already Tony gets one, looking for that second one, dancing around the blocks, able to force everybody back with Funny, finds another pick, and everything is turning up in Glitterpair's way for this game 3 so far, Pat. All they need to do is grab this Rainmaker and start scoring.
Yeah, and it looks like the Rainmaker is going to be grabbed by Funny, who's already by the checkpoint. But with 2 players down, they'll have trouble pushing through. Again, it's about taking that control and dodging the strikes first and foremost. The Splat Bomb in the corner will get 2 very nice bombs. And SNV deny the checkpoint for now. But they're certainly not done. Very nice splat with the Rapid. That's what you like to see as Tony's coming in. And that's why there's a Respawn Punisher. But they only get a trade. They didn't manage to get more. Score will have to solidify things. Wait, they get the Rainmaker? Can they get the checkpoint?
Oh, just barely from the looks of it. I was thinking immediately, oh no, this guy's going to get shut down immediately. Sko almost got that pick, but just barely didn't in time. And, but the Rainmaker was able to just go behind the checkpoint, paint the side of it, and managed to find a very, very creative, route around. But now both specs are broken, and SNV at 11 have tri-strikes and a big bubbler set up to take this lead back, also forcing a jump out, puts them at a temporary man advantage. But Coach is there to shut that down immediately. Looks like the Whale is going to be popped here just for a further retake. Slurp goes down. Kira's in the bottom right and is in a bit of a rough spot. Can't support the rest of the team. Actually just opts to stay alive. But the Rainmaker is being run by Aaron down to 36 points. That's exactly what we're talking about. You find a window and you can start scoring like that immediately. And that's exactly what SNV at 11 did, just for an extra 20 or so points. Those are some game-winning plays there from Aaron.
And what a wipeout! Coutuper should get control, and right now that could be the lead very, very soon. They are in there. 11 defending with all they got, but Skose is going to be splatted before they can get the lead. Very nice moves by the Slusher right now, punishing the Shark as well. 11 keeping their lead, not letting the wipeout stop them.
Very solid stuff from Ungutaped. They are not giving up just yet. Now only 10 points down, but having to reset to mid, and Slurp is already in the back lines, or is trying to just find some picks. Funny also gets traded out here. Sko's going to have to back off a little bit. Sko has been incredibly aggressive on this heavy edit. And while it hasn't worked out so far in this series, it has been a very big help in just keeping that pressure up, making sure Unkuthaper constantly has man advantage in these fights and a lot of mobility, but ends up going down here. Funny and Toady are the only ones left. Funny is able to trade, but Toady can't find anything, and you're down a gal for quite a while at this point. Sko is able to find two, though, and that might be the full push. Kara's the only one left standing, providing a couple of jumps. Aaron's back in, but so is the rest of Unkuthaper. And now, I mean, it's just a stalling game for Stinking Vape at 11.
They know all they need to do is hold the line, hold their lead. Kara doing perfect job of delaying the game with the Rainmaker right there. Unkuthaper are struggling. They activate the well simply to push the Rainmaker in that awkward spot here in the last minute. We know 11 only has 25 seconds left on the Rainmaker, which means there will be a splat before the end of that game, but Unkuthaper don't have much time. The 2 players down, they have the opportunity to get the repop, but they need to re-grab and now mount a push.
Yeah, but Tokaiteo dropped. That's a little bit of a difficult spot to be in. Toady finds 2. Those are respawn punished kills here. That's going to be pretty big. The only one coolered was the heavy edit. They're back up, but so is the rest of Unkuthaper. They have a crab tank. This could be the wave here. This could be the lead and everything. The killer rails pop. So is the crab tank. Crab tank is set up on snipe, and the strikes are coming through to stall. Find the one pick onto the Rainmaker. Find another one as well. Is Slurp. Slurp finding a double, maybe even a triple there. And it's only Coach left standing, but they're not able to get to this Rainmaker in time. Funny's trying to make a mad dash for it, but Slurp is just shutting everything down. Finds one, gets the second, has a wipeout to end things off here in lower bracket finals. SMV at 11. They struggled a little bit going into this, but they are going to grands nonetheless.
Very nice play but by SMD at 11. I mean, in the end, they spent the last minute and a half simply waiting, shut it down, and Unkuthaper plus Coach, and really riding off of their lead, of their momentum. Very, very well played, which means SMD and 11 will get on to grand finals, where they will get to face Rusty Meta.
That will be a set for sure. I'm very curious to see how the double AoE stacks up against those constantly flanking, fighting members of Rusty Meta. I'm just curious what's going to happen there. Really solid stuff again from SNV at 11, and as well as Unkuthaper for making it this far. You know, they were seeded surprisingly pretty low going into this tournament, only at 14, so top 3. That is incredible stuff from them. Upsets all along the way. You know, their run is over at 3rd, but stick around because we got a hype grand final set coming up.
Yeah. I mean, Rusty Meta, they got here because they haven't played in a while, some of them, but now they're unrusted, so expect fireworks between these 2 teams. We'll take a short break, we'll be right back.
Hello,
And
everyone.
oh,
My bad.
welcome back to Paddling Pool 327. We had 29 teams coming into this tournament. We only have 2 left. It is grand finals, and Sig, we're starting with Flounder Heights.
Why? I don't know how this happened, but we have some funny maps. That's the first one. I'm assuming there's going to be a little bit more if we go to a second set, but afterwards it's, smooth sailing. But yeah, Flounder Heights for kicking things off. Rusty Meta and Stinkin' Vape at 11 are our grand finals teams. This is shaping up to be interesting already. Going to be an interesting game.
Oh yeah, we have 2 interesting teams, and it's Rusty Meta on our winner's side that chose to go on Flounder Heights for the Rainmaker. Flounder Heights is a rough map where things can go wrong very, very fast, and especially on Rainmaker, if one team has control of top mid, it is very, very hard to push in.
Yeah, no, you can get locked out incredibly easily. We used to see this on zones a lot of the time. It used to necessitate things that got you in really consistently and easily, like the tri-strikes, but now we're seeing it on Rainmaker. You have to push a little bit further. It's going to be a bit tough opting for those that pencil, but there's no Tetra dualies going into this. Or there is, but I was looking at the wrong side of the screen. Normal comp for Rusty Meta here, at least, for their team, with that Tetra Pro Rush, and it's already working out pretty well as Isabel's able to find one off of Lulu's contact play, but Keen sharking on this Tri-Slosher is just waiting, stalling, just playing incredibly patient, almost finds a pick, but gets missiled out, forced all the way back. Isabel is trying to fight that, finds one, looking for that second, or just trying to stay alive, ends up dropping. The Rainmaker, though, also drops, but this time over to the check as Echo immediately breaks it. Lulu with that hammer as well is going to just try and pop this Rainmaker shield. Kira's the only one left, but Isabel's already rushing forward, is looking for a second pick, maybe? No, not quite, as 3 players end up going down. It's just CC left in the back of mid. And, Rusty Meta have just already gotten down about 45 points.
They got the check. They got the checkpoint, but they lost their control over top mid, and right now it's 11 very much in control of their trying to get the opportunity, but Echo with the Pro is going to punish it. 3 down on SNV right there. Rusty Meta are back on top, re-grabbing the Rainmaker, and this time there is no checkpoint to stop them. They're going to make points.
Yeah, they've got that initial pick as well onto the Blaster. Traded out, though, is their Splattershot Pro player, Echo. Kara is trying to make a play on that bottom right-hand side. The screen gets popped. The Reef Slider, though, clears out a lot of that left-hand side. Takaiteo not able to find anything, but Aaron is able to find picks onto the 2 really aggressive frontline players and force everybody from Rusty Meta pretty far back. The Splat Bomb is going to find the pick from Echo. But Rusty Meta did push for about 15 or so more points, and that is a Oh, never mind. 3 end up going down. This is all of a sudden warning lights for Rusty Meta as SMV at 11 are able to possibly pop this, and they have 3 specials to push forward with.
Yeah, the Rainmaker is going to be re-popped. Here comes the Tacticula. Now it's about taking the control of the Splatterscaler screen thrown by the Tri-Slasher. Will not be enough to protect 11 right there. And Lulu coming behind everybody, dancing with that brush, will be punished, but is allowing the rest of the team to come in strong. Wait, Isabel is down. It looks like 11 has a bubbler on the checkpoint. They could get the lead off of it. It's 3 down on Rusty Meta. All they need is to re-pop.
Oh, they get the re-pop, and Keen's trying to make a little bit more space. The Rainmaker's making a dash, but only finds about 5 or so, or 10 more points. Not quite what you're looking for, and now, it's just Aaron left, but Aaron's able to find 3 with a bomb pick as well, provide a couple of jumps. Keen's in, and providing even more. The splatter color screen provides a little bit of cover visually, and Keen already all the way runs it down to 14 points left. Rusty Meta have just completely lost control of this game. SMV at 11 have taken it, And Keen is still alive on this part of the map, on this ramp.
Yeah.
Looking
Ooh.
for a little bit more, finds that trade onto Echo, and that is pretty big for SMB at 11.
Yeah, but they got the score to 7 remaining. That's such a big lead right now. Rusty Meta are in a rough spot. Getting a comeback on this map is very, very hard, especially since all of SNV11 are ready to fight for top mid right now. But the Rainmaker is going to reset, and Rusty Meta are already back in there, but they lose 2 players. They're gonna lose the Rainmaker as well. No repop for you, as the SNV11 is taking control, full control, and now all they need to do is pretty much play zones and simply stay here.
Yeah, only a minute left, and it's incredibly tough to retake as we see Aaron's just making a ton of space around this first check. This is one of the more difficult choke points to break, and Kira with that crab tank is going to provide a little bit more cover, provide some pressure on the CC on that pencil, one of the few ranged options on this team that can really deal with it. Aaron drops down into Trough and is able to clear that out largely. Also finds that pick on the Lulu. That's going to be pretty big. Isabel with the Reef Slider is trying to chase, but Keen is right there as well. The Reef Slider finds nothing and ends up getting Isabel killed. And Keen is still in this Trough, just drawing eyes, making it so it's incredibly hard to fight. And Aaron is there to provide that AoE duo. And SMB at 11, they've been holding on for, they just need 10 seconds. And this big bubbler is going to seal the deal here as SMB at 11, they take that first game on Rusty Meta's map pick. And that was a map.
It was. I mean, Rusty Meta chose to go here. They paid the price. SNV11, Rusty Meta had the early lead. They took the checkpoint first, but once Rusty Meta were able to get in there to get that momentum, the power of a good Tri-Slusher on this map is not to be understated. Keen absolutely shredded there. Was also the player that took the Rainmaker and brought it so far in that Rusty Meta could not get a comeback.
I want to highlight that new Tri-Slusher is really, really solid. I'm honestly surprised that we don't see it more often. This spotted color screen provides a lot of utility, especially on smaller maps like Flounder Heights, where you can just cut off entire sight lines and, make people take a mandatory 40 damage, and then that combos with your main weapon. You also have a bomb for poking, which I know, a lot of people love, especially on Tri-Slusher when it has those range struggles. It's a very, very smart pick. I'm curious to see what else SMV at 11 have in the bag for zones on Umami Ruins here.
Yeah, they got game 1 and they got that one big push that decided things. Now, going on to Umami Ruins, a map that is much, much more flat, that plays completely differently. It's about holding control. It's about staying in mid and not letting the opponent get back in there. So we're going to see 2 different teams, even if they don't change comp, and I don't think Rusty Meta is going to change comp. We're going to see a different playstyle, a different way to move together. Will this benefit Rusty Meta? We'll see. I expect 11 to change their comp. I don't think we'll see the Tri-Slusher again in this set.
You probably won't, especially just given these maps. The only one I could consider it being picked on again is Mako Mart in Game 3. But even then, we saw, I believe it was Kian play another couple of different weapons there, if I recall, in lower bracket finals. I would have to guess, though, just spitballing here, maybe there's a Tenebrella. Keen's known to play that. Very, very good at it as well. So, just keep your eyes out for that. No, we're actually opting for the Tri-Slusher. I'm entirely wrong and lying to everyone.
Yeah. I guess Keen is sticking to the Tri-Slusher. And as you said, I have a friend that mains Tri-Slusher, and she told me that this new Tri was really her jam, that it worked so well. And I agree that this is a weapon we should see more of. Right now, lots of changes. Isabel switched to the Emperor Julies, a bit dangerous. Oh, well, 2 down on each side. Both teams are still fighting pretty hard. Keen is going to be punished as they are deploying the screen right there. And it looks like both teams are still fighting very hard, each with their zone.
Yeah, but it's going to end up in favor of SMV at 11. Taking that zone control, taking the map control as well. Kira has a crab tank ready, going to pop it immediately. 2 players on this right-hand side, both Lulu and Isabel. You're fighting duo, but ends up getting picked off, separated there, as Isabel ends up going down. Lulu's the only one really providing some direct pressure as the missiles get popped. Echo is able to find the pick onto the player pressuring them, and there we go. That's almost a full retake for Rusty Meta here, just able to get back into zone. Isabel tries to fight Keen, but that dually Tri-Slosher mashup can be pretty difficult, especially if that Tri-Slosher can just see you first, get that first shot off, and Isabel's learning that firsthand. Splashdown comes through, finds the trade, but SMB at 11 have taken the zone yet again. They've only got 10 penalty points to go before they can start scoring, but Echo and Lulu are able to find one pick, find one zone as well. This crab from Kira as well in this bottom left goes down too, and that's another retake for Rusty Meta. A very short-lived hold for SMV at 11.
Yeah, right now Rusty Meta are scoring points, and all of the SMV 11 are back in their spawn trying to find a way in. Lulu going around with the brush, creating some chaos, but there was a drop. Nope, the zone is going to stay blue, and it's going to be a lead swap. As there's a lead swap, lots of players down, and it looks like 11 will be back into mid. We now have a fight for the zone. Can they take it back? It looks like everybody has respawned and is ready for that fight.
Yeah, but Isabel on top mid just finds 2 immediately. It's just Aaron on this blaster left. Gets the big bubbler puff, but not able to make any use of it as they end up getting picked immediately. Yeah. And Rusty Meta, they're looking at a KO here possibly.
Yeah.
They've got only 20 points left. Kira has the crab tank pretty far back, but the zone gets flipped. And they are 2 players down. The brush and the dualies are gone. That doesn't prevent them from capping the zone, but it provides a ton of issues. Kira has 10 missile, just trying to fight on top mid, is able to just contest the zone, but as 3 players drop on top of them, Rusty Meta are just looking to answer, and they are doing so in beautiful fashion.
I mean, right there we saw Rusty Meta really take control, and 11 managed to push onto them, but didn't manage to capture both zones at the same time, which means they didn't apply a penalty, and then Rusty Meta simply got back control, pushed them away, and with no penalty ran to the KO, getting it, tying up the score. We are now 1-1 between these 2 teams. That's a very, very nice game by Rusty Meta.
Yeah, excellent work so far, from them. That looked a little bit tough, with the retake. They don't have that many consistent options outside of the missiles, but, I mean, just being such a potent special, really able to make it work on that initial retake, and then they just didn't let go of the game afterwards, able to get Isabel and Lulu in just such annoying spaces to deal with. And just playing off that wonderfully, finding so many picks, really punishing the crab tanks as well, again on Kira, really helped out. And Rusty Meta going into tower control Mako, they look pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty solid indeed. They have that firepower. They were able to win this fight, stay in control of mid. Now we're going back to a game where it's about pushing in, though, and we've seen that that 11 were able to get a bit further when it was time for Rainmaker, but Mako Mart is very much a different map that plays very differently, and I guess we're gonna see that Tri-Slasher all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, we're opting for it. Honestly, a very, very solid map for the Tri. As we see, it takes a lot of control around that left-hand side, but so do the missiles, as that just forces absolutely everybody on SMV at 11 back. And Rusty Meta are taking full advantage. The hammer from the far right side is going to make even more space, but nobody's quite grabbed the tower yet, as SMV at 11 held onto that left-hand side for quite a while. But it's just the crab tank left standing for Kira now, dealing with 2 players. Finds one, looking for that second as the blaster from Aaron is back up. Same thing with Green and Keen. And now they're just pushing forward, stopping that push before it really got started through that first checkpoint. Yeah. And SMV at 11 are now just looking for that of their own. And, I mean, with this big bowler, you have to imagine that they have a really good shot at it.
Yeah, they're on that checkpoint. They're through the checkpoint as well. The missiles are coming, but there's a bubbler on the tower to keep it right now. 11 are maintaining their control, but they are losing the tower as they do so. Isabel behind them. Isabel is kind of alone, trying to maintain presence. Is going to get a trade that was enough to slow down 11 and let the rest of Rusty Meta to come in. And right now, Rusty Meta able to defend, able to bring the tower back, but there's still trade after trade. Both teams are still facing each other, and it's still 11 in control of most of the map, Sig.
Yeah, they've really not given up much space at all here, posturing themselves for another push. Isabel is caught in between a rock and a hard place, and Lulu's going to have to just dash out of there. Has the hammer ready, tries to toss it, but gets caught on the wall. And now SNV at 11, they're moving past their previous lead. They're trying to get to that second checkpoint. Aaron's just riding the tower for the time being. Has the big bubbler ready, opting to pop it right now. Finds the 180 onto Isabel, looking for a little bit more onto CC. Gets the chip damage, but not enough. Is actually very low himself, and is just trying to clear the way for the second check break from the rest of SMV at 11, but ends up going down. That's 3 players dropped. It's just Heavy Edit left to Kai Teo, trying to 1v2 here. Gets one, looking for the second onto Isabel. Almost finds it, but Lula's there to clean it up. There is Isabel going down, and Takai Teo has really been stabilizing. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Lulu's going to get one splat with that hammer. He's looking for a second. He's not going to find it, but he's now going with the main weapon, trying to establish some space. Rusty Meta needs to take control. There's 2 minutes and some left in the game, and SAV and 11 are still in control right there, back on the tower to get that special advantage. Keen deploying the screen to simply force Rusty Meta away from the tower. It is so rough for Rusty Meta as the tower stays yellow.
Yeah, I mean, SMV at 11 have hardly given up any space. Yet again, Rusty Meta just can't get anything going. They can't find the picks. These hammers from Lulu have not found a lot of value either. And this Emperry pick in game 2 so far has not been great. But Isabel is going to make full use of it right now. Is finding 2 on the flank, almost getting that third onto Aaron. Lulu's actually jumping in for a third. And it's just this blaster left, but CC's not aware of it. Aaron flicks around for the second one as well. What a 90-degree flick there from Aaron on S&D at 11, and they're able to just continue this push, get it up and running yet again, trying to break the second check that they struggled to beforehand.
Yeah, S&V at 11 are still by the tower, fighting for it, but Rusty Meta are answering the call, answering the fight. Kira is trying to slow things down with the crab tank. We're in the last minute, Sig, and right now SNV at 11 still have the lead, still have so much control. Rusty Meta needs to find a way to push in.
It's not looking great for them. Still just struggling as Kira finds another one. This Splash-O-Matic is going ham. Almost getting the third onto CC. But CC is opting to jump out to, I believe, spawn. Echo is the only line of defense left as Lulu jumps in from that left-hand side, speaking of, and Keen in the screen is going down. Rusty Meta, they still have life in this game. 15 seconds left, but they have overtime right after to secure a push, and no strikes, I believe, on the side of SMV at 11. You're going to have to retake and end this game the old-fashioned way by just getting those picks on the tower, and the picks are going in favor of Rusty Meta so far. Already onto that first checkpoint. Have a couple of really solid spots, but Keen is able to find that pick onto Echo. No missiles, and the tower is soon to follow as SNV at 11 take game 3.
Yeah, very nice final move by Keen right there to seal the deal and get the victory, which means that SNV at 11 are now 1 game away from the bracket reset, from resetting the score. But it's certainly not the end of Rusty Meta. We saw Rusty Meta kind of struggle to get out of their spawn for most of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they just couldn't break this, double AoE. I don't know if you consider Tri-Slosher, like, fully AoE, but, you know, it's good enough as one on Mako Mart here, and SMV at 11 use it beautifully. It's very hard to clear, especially with, like, a dually brush comp.
Yeah.
And so Rusty Meta, they really needed to rely on their missiles for a lot of things in this game, both in disadvantage and neutral, to kind of get pushes going and get those retakes in. But that's putting a lot of pressure onto your missile player, and that is not counting the fact that they might die, they might try and fight with their missiles, they might not get them or pop them in time or be in a great spot for it. Incredibly tough to kind of move around the map for Rusty Meta here. Now, speaking of tough maps to move around, the pencil is going to make it incredibly difficult for 11 to move on Museum.
Yeah, Museum, very much more open than what we had on Macomart. And we saw a Rusty Meta on Umami Runes. We know that it can do well when things are open, so we'll see if they're able to use that to their advantage, if they're able to get those clams in the basket. Now, Rusty Meta, given the fact that they have a Tetris and a brush, it's a double-edged sword for Clam Blitz, because they can get very fast in, which is very useful to get under the basket, but they also like to get into a lot of fights. They like to die and come back with quick respawn very fast, which means the Clam economy will be rougher for them. We'll see which of the two will tip the scale going into game number 4.
Yeah, let's see. I'm curious to see. This is the big question, and we're sticking Tri-Slosher all the way. Yes, we are. Kira actually making a switch over to make it a little bit easier with that those Tenna missiles, making it easier for Keen to get in. And we're switching back to those Dark Tetra dualies for Isabel from the Amperi's. Very, very solid weapon here. And already fighting on that right-hand side. Lulu's doing the same opening that we saw in Winners Finals of just dashing over from right to left, finding a lot of space, getting a trade, one more for Echo, but ends up dropping 3 on the side of Rusty Meta, and that is really, really tough start for them here, as SNV at 11 already have a ton of control of it. Kaiteo is trying to fight around this box, but with these respawns coming in, has to back off. The missiles aren't going to do much, as Kara is just rushing forwards into the waiting arms of Echo. And even though Rusty Meta are finding some picks, it is still a very, very tough ask to get them to kind of move in here, as Lulu goes down with that hammer.
Yeah, we have both teams coming back to a fight for mid. Keen activating that screen and getting a splat with that. That's 2 down onto Rusty Meta, but 3 down on 11. Only the heavy edit is going to be splatted as well, which means it's a delayed wipe in favor of Rusty Meta, who are now in control of top mid with the pencil, which means it's danger time for 11. All of Rusty Meta trying to find a way forward, trying to find a way in, and getting splat after splat. They're eyeing that basket. The missiles are coming there. That's going to slow them down, but they're still in very nice position and trying to find a way to push in. Sig.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying to. They have a lot of power clams to do so, a good amount of economy too with that cooler and the reef slider, but nobody's going to be able to pop that reef slider as we see a bunch of trades going left and right. Yep. Echo, though, is able to find one pick unanswered and provide a couple of jumps. Maybe punish the jump on the side of SNV at 11. There it is, but a trade yet again. 2 players down on both sides, but CC still in full control of top mid here. Has just been the rock for Rusty Meta so far. Has really helped him out in just being stable. The blaster is able to get on there, but the big bubbler is the only thing that's going to be able to pop. As 2 power claims come through from Rusty Meta, they're finally able to break that. Lulu's looking to get this 3rd one in, down to 40 points left, as we see just scoring so unbelievably quickly. Excellent work from Rusty Meta, and that's 2.5 minutes of game time elapsed, and we have gotten no points scored still on the side of SNV at 11.
2 minutes and a half of non-stop fight between these 2 teams for one team to simply get under the basket with 3 super clam. Now it's on SNV at 11 to really find a way in. They have the super clam, they have their presence on the platform, but they're pushed. They're able to punish the brush. Isabel coming in with the rift slider is forcing everybody to move. That's 3 down on SNV 11. Keen with the screen will try to maintain her presence, but it's not gonna work. Rusty Meta takes full control of mid. It is the situation is pretty dire for SNV at 11 right now.
Yeah, they are really not able to find anything as Takai Teo is trying to fight through but ends up dropping here. Rusty Meta are really doing a great job at using the larger map to kind of just force a lot of fights that people can't rotate to on the side of SNV11, and that is working out fantastically so far, finding another pick onto Keen, just trying to rush forward and make a play, but not quite finding anything right there. Rusty Meta, with these missiles, are going to look for another push, probably already onto the left-hand side is Lulu, and there goes Aaron. Keen is just trying to stay alive. The hammer comes through, forces them to drop into mid, but, now they're kind of caught in Narnia in the middle of 3 players. The screen gets popped, but it's not going to be of any use. It's 2v2 now for, make that a 2v1 for Rusty Meta. Just Kira left, and while they can provide jumps, they can't really get back into mid with them. Yeah. And with 1 minute left, you need to get back into mid. You need to get these clams. You need to find something for your team to stay in this game and to be able to get that reset. Maybe attempt to force it instead of being pushed to a game 5 here.
Right now, 40 seconds left for SNV at 11. They have a lot of clams. No, Rusty Meta has a lot of clams. I'm confused. But right now, SNV at 11 have some presence on the platform. They have the pity clam. Keen has enough clams to make another ball. Oh no, their teammates stole their clams from them. Basket is going to be open. What? By Rusty Meta?
Oh, okay.
They got behind.
I don't know.
Well, right now it's do or die for SNV. They need to put these clams in the basket. They're in there with the bubbler. They get the splats. 2 down onto Rusty Meta. It's not over. All they need is 1 super clam and 1 clam, but they all pushed away. Rusty Meta is going to keep this game and get to a game number 5.
They're just barely able to hang on there. What a solid push from SNV at 11 at the end, but not able to get anything out of it. Just to try and kind of take that lead. How on earth did they get an extra power clam in there? By the way, I completely missed that. I'm just mystified right now. That really helped out on the stall for Rusty Meta, especially when they were kind of in a difficult spot, in a rough patch there with all the picks and the specials.
I mean, all you need is 1 player sneaking their way behind everybody, and then all the super jumps are going to happen. That's very, very well played by Rusty Meta, snatching a game number 4. And I mean, given how talented all of these players are, it's fitting that we are going to a game 5. It's going to be a tiebreaker decided by the tournament, which is going to be on Undertow Spillway.
All right, one of the classic Rainmaker maps for Splatoon 3. We've seen it since the game came out, and with the rework it got last year, it's been kind of refurbished. Everyone's kind of come back to it. It's a fantastic map. Splits off into mid. I'm curious to see how the fighting will kind of be changed by that little mid spine split thing that we have going on in mid, especially after the Rainmaker gets popped with Isabel and Lulu. I wonder if they'll fight on the same side, or maybe they opt to go 1 on each side just to kind of draw as much attention as possible, and then we force a fight somewhere just with a bunch of players.
Well, we are about to find out. Remember, this is game 5. If Rusty Meta wins this game, they win the tournament. SNV at 11 would get a bracket reset if they do so. And right now the pop is going to be for SNV at 11, but Rusty Meta are answering with splats, getting the Rainmaker right away. Kira activating the crab and getting cancelled by the hammer. Right now the Rainmaker will not reach the checkpoint yet, but that was a nice first push.
Absolutely, and Lulu making a lot of space. 2 players actually down on the side of SMB at 11. If they don't pick up this Rainmaker, this could be another pretty solid push. Looks like the Crab Tank, though, is going to stall things out, but Isabel already made it behind the Crab. The missiles come through. CC finds a pick onto it. Echo's looking for that. Prevents the reset. Now it's a 2v2 with Lulu behind, forcing so many eyes to turn. And that gives so many jumps into Rusty Meta. They still have a lot of tempo here. Isabel diving into 3, looking for 1, not quite finding it. Kira is just trying to get paint down, but scrambling to do so, and Rusty Meta have really set the pace in this first minute.
Yeah, Rusty Meta are keeping the game on the same side of the map, but the splatter scatter screen will cut them out. Oh, well, no, never mind. It's only Kira for 11, and they get splatted. Rusty Meta back on the attack. They get to that checkpoint, and it looks like this way. This time there's nobody to really stop them. They're gonna get the checkpoint, and they're in a nice position to get a repop as well. Whoa!
Ooh, wait a minute. They have the
Wait a
repop.
minute.
They have a little bit of space to work with, already down to 39 points. CC's just making a mad dash down to 24. And the Reef Slider is there for the repop. The Crab Tank can't really do anything about it. Stays up, but still 2 points. You're just trying to just push the envelope here if you're Rusty Meta. And you're doing a fantastic job so far. 3 players down is going to fully reset it. SMB at 11. They finally have some breathing room here. You know, basically delayed wipeout, and Takai Teo has already moved towards that checkpoint. Oh, wait a minute! 2 players down from the pencil, make that a 3rd. It's just Kira left on that Rainmaker, and Lulu's there to clean things up. A delayed wipe. Everybody's cooler, but it doesn't quite matter if you sacrifice all of your map. And the hammer pick comes through. Aaron is the only one left here on this left-hand side, and dies to missiles.
Rusty Meta are doing everything right now. They are keeping the momentum on, winning all of their fight. SMD at 11 are struggling to push in, struggling to get anything. Echo is going to regrab the Rainmaker, gets splatted, but I mean, 11 right now, still struggling. Will they get the repop? Lulu's behind them, forcing them to loop behind. They get the splat, but the rest of Rusty Meta has respawned and is ready to defend once again.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron got that pop, but is not really able to find any ways back in. The Rainmaker providing a little bit of cover, but it's a little bit too late. Takai also ends up dropping, but Lulu tries to turn around for Keen, but Keen is already on a flank, pops the splatter color screen. There it is. Isabel, though, is in front of that screen, able to try and take that fight with the missiles, but the missiles aren't going to be there in time. The hammer, though, will be right after the checkpoint gets broken. It's just the Crab Tank and the Heavy at it left. You can't out-pop that, but you can certainly outstall that, especially when you have all these players coming in off of respawns. And now Rusty Meta, it's just a little bit of a waiting game, trying to see who oversteps where. You can maybe send Isabel or Lulu to punish. And Lulu is already behind. Isabel's diving forwards through the front lines. They both find 1 each, make that a 3rd. It's just Kara left against 2, and Kara ends up going down. There are no jumps to them. Well, there's 1, and Takai Teo just drops immediately with a minute left. Rusty Meta stave off the push from SMV at 11, and they are 1 step closer to winning Paddle and Pool.
That was such a great move by SND at 11, but Rusty Meta stronger, able to shut them down. They know they have a solid lead right now. All they need is to disrupt, and 2 players down on 11. Rusty Meta right now, all they need to do is maintain the fight in mid. Lulu is going to get splatted. Wait, it's 3 players down. SND at 11 have the opportunity. They need to go in. Can they move forward? Can they get the space? Here comes the flank. Isabel! Isabel! Oh!
Isabel provides the jump into Lulu. 2 finds 2. Lulu cleans up the 3rd, and with 10 seconds left, Rusty Meta, they have so much space to work with. You may call them washed. You may call them old. They may not have played the game for a while, but they will beat you all just the same. And Rusty Meta take a nail biter of a grand finals and win Paddling Pool 327.
I mean, Rusty Meta right there. That was a close set. That was a very close set. But that game, it was Rusty Meta taking control, pushing in, winning the fights, taking every position, and winning this Paddling Pool. Congratulations to them. Incredibly well played. There will be no bracket reset. There will be no seed number 1 winning. It is Rusty Meta absolutely destroying their seeding and getting the crown.
Wow, what a play from them. They really set the tone early with this push of the Rainmaker in the first minute. You know, almost getting that check, eventually doing so about 40 seconds after. You know, right after that, it was just a question of, hey, how do we stop this push constantly? And, you know, when you have weapons that really work in tense situations at their best, you know, just constantly giving the other team more things to worry about, like that brush, like that Tetra dually, like those missiles. You know, that's where Rusty Meta really shined here. And, you know, even though it got a little bit close, every single time that SMV at 11 could kind of get to a solid, you know, spot in the game, it just got thrown out the window by somebody on Rusty Meta.
Yeah, I mean, the power of disruption. A team with a Tetras and a brush, when they have the lead, they know that they can get in and get trades. And that's all they need, which means SMD at 11 needed to create the moves that would allow them to stay in control. It didn't work. Rusty Meta kept that lead, kept the control, and are going away with the round, which means, Sig, it's time for us to say goodbye. But before we do, where can I find you on the internet?
You can find me just about anywhere where the Splatoon community hangs out, whether that's Blue Sky, Discord, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, at SigDakari, like you see at the bottom of your screen right there. Pat, where can the lovely people find you?
Pretty much the same. It's Badger or Tom on Blue Sky and on most of the Discord servers for the competitive scene. You can find me as Badger. That's pretty much it. I'd like to give a special shout out to our observer Jorayan, who won silver brackets of Gomo while incredible casters were commentating that game. And yeah, thank you so much for having us, Dapple, and we'll see you on Triton Cup on Friday.